Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Trading Capital's daily live stream of the market open. Today is currently April 4th. Jumping into the charts here, the markets are gapping up on this session. You do have strength coming in the Qs. They're actually leading the charts to the upside. IWM up 0.88, S&P up 0.69. The Qs are up 0.93%. So semiconductors currently are actually leading the charts to the upside, up 1.32% on the SOXX. VIX down, dollar down, gold, silver down, yields are down. So kind of got that little bit of a negative print today on the job loss claims. Came in at 221,000, which is showing its highest rise in over 9 weeks. So is it a little bit of a indication that the economy is weakening or labor market is weakening? Perhaps, but it's still really too early to tell at this point. Obviously, what we're seeing is the dollar and yields falling, and that typically bids up equity prices. So we're going back to that same little algorithmic buying program where yields down, dollar down, markets up. So that's pretty much what's the tail of the tape at the moment. Again, it's difficult to chase this gap up unless you did swing any calls or any long positions. So it's tough to chase this gap up. I'm actually looking at a short level on the Qs. I'm actually just going to erase all these trend lines. Just make it a little bit easier. But you can see the Qs are trading at 446. They blasted through this gap zone here. They actually blasted through that gap. And we're actually probably looking to test this little trend line now. So that's kind of your next resistance target, is this upsloping trend line. I do think that there's a shortable opportunity there. And you'll have your support. Your big support that I'm looking at is this little trend line of support. So if we get a tap of this resistance, I think I'm going to look to short it. Then we could pull back into this 444 range and then probably bounce from there if yields stay soft today. That's kind of what I'm looking at, and if the dollar stays soft. Now the dollar is at some pretty decent sized support. You're back testing the neckline of your breakout zone, so there is a ton of support here, and the Dixie's actually oversold intraday on the hourly chart. You're kind of putting in this little bit of a bearish divergence. So there is a scenario where the markets could reverse today. As of now, they are strong. There is a scenario. So I'm looking at shorting the Qs at this area. I do have some longs on watch. I did swing Palo Alto. Roku's trying to firm up here. I think that's one that could catch a bid, obviously with small caps being strong. Probably wise to keep your eye on some of those high interest short names that could pop. But again, I'm not going to chase the long side on the initial gap up. That's typically how people get faded. But there's a few little resistance points at these previous little pivots that we're trading into. Just draw these horizontal trend lines across just so we have them indicated on our chart. Okay. So again, Qs will be gapping up today. QQQ. And what's interesting again is that you're actually way outside of this little channel that we were chopping in. So this was your initial little channel that kept us in check. And now we're actually breaching that area. You could draw a channel like this as well. You can see I had a little bit of a fake breakdown here. So that is a potential as well. I'm going to keep my channel like this though. It's the previous one, and then we have that upper boundary resistance. I find it interesting to see that gold and silver are taking a little bit of a sell-off today, down 0.5% and 1% respectively, when dollar and yields are down. That's kind of breaking character. Typically you would see those running up, but we're not at the moment. So again, I'm looking at shorting the Qs in this 446.50 range to 447. I am looking at potentially a little bit of a long entry on Roku. Got that on watch. Palo Alto is getting a nice bid. A couple people, let's see what you're looking at. BRBR looking to break down and test $56. MLM 50-day MA bounce, consolidated long, net double bottom. So 3 different tickers there for Anonymous. And Eric's also asking, when would you add to SOX? I wouldn't add to SOX yet. You can see SOX is gapping down. Still just in a very tight range here on SOX. You're above that previous breakout zone. Again, if you're already in a SOX position, you want to have it, if you're adding to the position, you want to have it materially impact your average. And right now, I mean, we're sitting, it's not quite ready to add. Coming up into this little gap fill support zone. So this is a decent area. You can see you bounce here once, bounce here twice. Will we bounce there again? But really, if you look at the actual SOXX, that's gapping up into its little gap fill, currently above that little neckline at the moment, but still haven't confirmed the breakout. Could be doing it, trying to do it this week, but we'll see. We'll see. And W catching a nice bid today. So that one's been getting absolutely demolished. Super oversold. Coming into that daily 200 MA. I throw that on. You can see actually gapped below or sold off below that 200 MA yesterday. Now you're way above it. Just have to calculate something really quickly, guys. Just bear with me. Back at the Qs. All right, BRBR. Let's look at BRBR. Nat gas is trying to go green again. So nat gas is trying to go green at the moment. Dixie's still coming in. Dixie's trying to hold support here. All right, BRBR. So looking to break down and test 56. Yeah, I could see that. I mean, let's just look at this little support. You can see you are coming up into some support here. If you break this little trend line, then I think the next support would probably be, yeah, you're breaking that 50. Wow. What a run that's had too. Yeah, I could see if you break this trend line, you're heading to 53. 53. That'll be a pierce of your EMA 113. A little bit of a gap fill down here. but you're at technical support at the moment. Minor support. It's not major, it's very minor. All right, we're looking at MLM too. Stocks making the biggest moves today. You have Intuitive Machines, Wayfair, Levi Strauss. MLM. Let's see. Good morning, Chris. Good morning. So MLM, 50-day MA bounce, consolidated long. I don't see the 50-day moving average bounce. Maybe it's on a shorter term time frame for MLM. I have my 50-day sitting all the way down here at 563. You are consolidating. Nice little bull flag. Maybe you meant to say the 20. Was it the 20-day? Yeah, so bouncing on the 20-day there. Still a very strong chart. Still looks a little extended, but nice little flag pattern. Again, guys, I apologize about scratching. My cat's going crazy again. QQQ still trying to press a little bit higher here. Same thing with the S&P. Yeah, this one again, you could potentially go long. I mean, commodities are certainly experiencing a nice bull run, but I would let this consolidate a little bit more. Maybe another, 1 or 2 weeks. You have that weekly RSI in that overbought zone just starting to curl down. Maybe when it taps this yellow line, that's typically, or a slight little pierce, you should get a pretty decent sized bounce. Daily RSI. Yeah, guys, I'm just getting a phone call. Just give me a sec. Alright guys, we'll take a look at those other tickers. So net, we're briefly discussing that before I had to go on mute there. So looking at net, you are at some technical support here, holding the 50-day moving average, creating a little bit of this wedge pattern. Does look like it wants to break higher. Now, I would love to see it fill this technical gap before the bigger move happens, but as of now, it is looking a little bit more constructive to move higher. Let's look at the intraday pattern. Slightly bearish on the hourly chart. Does indicate a little bit more downside, but really if you can hold this breakout zone here, then we should see upside on NET. It's indicating about another 5% move, which would put you in that breakout zone. Put you back at about just above 100. So yeah, I could see this name holding up as long as the market holds up. You could press higher in net. And again, then once you break out, if you break out of this little wedge pattern on the daily chart here, then you're likely pushing for that double top 115. So looking pretty good. Thanks, Anonymous. Yeah, I know. I appreciate that. You have Bitcoin absolutely flying right now, guys. Bitcoin is flying to the high side. All right, you want to look at GameStop, GME? Yeah, GameStop again. This has just been one that keeps getting battered and battered and battered. I mean, I like it. You are still trying to hold that little breakout wedge, but really the big level for GME is probably if it retests this downsloping area, maybe fills this gap, $9, $10 or so, gets me intrigued. Again, you are oversold on the daily, weekly chart. Still can go down a little bit more. Putting in a potential positive divergence on the RSI weekly chart. So you have higher highs on the RSI and you have lower lows in price. So maybe it's getting close to a bounce. If you want to take some long dated calls, just give yourself lots of time and size that for loss. Size that position for loss. All right, so Qs are into some pretty decent sized resistance at the moment. You are hitting this first little trend line of resistance. So let's see, as well as this previous hourly chart pivot. Bitcoin's now at 67,000, up 2.2%, having a little bit of a short-term breakout. So crypto stocks are running at the moment. What are you thinking about shorting, Anonymous? Are you looking at the Qs or are you looking at... Again, you could argue the Qs did trigger this little inverse head and shoulders. It's a very sloppy one. Don't really like the balanced side, but you are gapping up and creating a little bit of a breakout. And this could put us at new highs, 449 on the Qs. Don't think it'll hit today, but you just never know. Just gotta grab some water, guys. Just give me 1 sec. All right, so yeah, Qs are pulling back just a touch here. They did hit the high of roughly 446.58 on the charts, 446.58. I think on the put side, 445, 446 year DTEs could play out. And that would put us right back to this gap. You're going to wait till 447.50. Yeah, that's certainly that's with this little pivot zone. I can see that resistance. So that's a little bit of a double top resistance. Yeah, there's a lot of resistance points in this range, but it's a fairly decent sized gap up today. I do anticipate a little bit of weakness creeping in. Natural gas slightly negative at the moment, just slightly down. Oil slightly negative. So about 6 minutes till the open, guys. 6 minutes till the open. Again, semis are leading the charge to the upside. They are leading the charge. The Russell's coming up into a major technical gap fill on the daily chart. Your gap fill sitting around 208.29 or 208.30, around that 208.30 zone. Q's had a nice little pullback there, trading at 446.56. So if we go to the intraday chart, I'm just going to mark that high on the chart. You can see a nice little pullback right off that resistance point. So there is some sellers in the, at least in the pre-market there. So pre-market high, pre-market low is all the way down roughly on this gap up here. So it's a fairly large size range, high of 446.57, low of 443.82 in the pre-market. Now we'll just make those a little bit smaller. So we'll keep that 1 minute chart on, on watch. We do have natural gas storage at 10:30. So nat gas storage at 10:30. Then you have the Atlanta Fed GDP at 12:30. Okay. Right now, nat gas is down 0.5%. Oil is also down 0.3. Friday close and Monday open high. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, that'll be a decent sized resistance point for sure. No doubt about that. So about 2 minutes and 5 seconds till the open. 2 minutes and 5 seconds. Marijuana stocks are kind of mixed at the moment. Canopy Growth down 4. MSOS down 0.19. Lululemon continues to bleed lower, down 0.45%. Palo Alto up 0.8%. Roku up 0.7%. Regional banks are up 1.12%. Google's getting hit in the pre-market down 0.85%. So a little bit of a negative price action on Google. MicroStrategy up 5.7%. Bitcoin up 2%. SOX up 1.3%. Tesla up 1%, SMCI up 1.5%, AMD up 1%, Microsoft up 0.93%, NVDA up 1.59%, Apple only up 0.43%. Right now, the Russell is the strongest indice. So the Russell is the strongest indice at the moment. Very interesting. All right, guys, get ready for this market open. Get ready for this market open. NVIDIA is potentially trying to trigger a little bit of a bullish pattern here. It's a little bit of an inverse. Could suggest more upside. Just going to flip my charts back to the regular trading. All right, guys, markets are open. QQQ still pushing. All right, guys, I just got filled on that short. 446.52. 446.52. Short the Qs. 446.52. I'm short the Qs. We are seeing a little bit of profit taking here. Still seeing semiconductors firm. Qs are coming in just a touch here, guys. Qs are coming in just a touch. Palo Alto's ripping. Roku's trying to press a little bit higher. Yeah, gas is soft right now. Qs are trying to push right back up. Seeing NVIDIA weaken here. Dixie's still soft at the moment. What is better, nat gas long or market short? Guys, look at this Lululemon trade. I'm actually interested in it. It's extremely oversold in trade. I'm going to go long here, 372 on Lulu. High risk, 372, just common shares. Long at 372 Lulu. Still seeing the Qs struggling at this zone, trying to press a little bit higher though. Qs are still trying to move up. All right, Qs are still pressing here, guys. Monster ramp up in the Qs. Lululemon's still falling. Nat gas coming in to touch. Lululemon's dumping. All right, guys, I just added to my Lulu at 370. I added to my Lulu at 370. 370. It's a second entry on the long side. I repeat, that's the second entry on the long side, 370. Qs are still trying to press a little bit here. All right, guys, we're still seeing, I like a 446 0DT put on the Qs. High risk, guys. 446 0DT put on the Qs. I just got filled at 73 cents a con. Still seeing the market remaining firm. So far, the gap up is being held. Tesla's reversing though. Apple's still surging. Small caps are hitting that gap fill and reversing. All right, there's the QQQ falling a little bit. Lulu's still under pressure. Unfortunately, that one's not really firming at the moment. 446s are at $1 a con already. Look at this. 446 is coming in the money, guys. It's now in the money. I'm still holding. Still think we can go a little bit lower based off of this gap up and resistance zone. Dixie's still weak. Still have some strength in the semis. Lulu's trying to bounce. Market's trying to bounce again. Still struggling here. Dixie's trying to firm up just a touch, guys. Nat Gas currently slightly negative. MSOS seeing some buyers coming into the picture again. MSOS, guys. Lulu's coming lower. Qs are trying to hold steady here. So Qs are trying to hold steady. Let's see if we get any sort of a decline. Sorry, Chris is asking, what is better play, Nat Gas long or market short? Probably a market short at the moment. Nat Gas is just consolidating in a tight range. Just trying to flag. Let's see if the Qs want to go a little bit lower here and lose 446. I could see the Qs retesting at least 445 today, but the dollar's going lower, yields are going lower. Still a lot of strength. Bitcoin's still acting okay. Microsoft seeing a little bit of sellers. Google's trying to firm up. Meta's still very, very strong on the daily chart. NVIDIA's starting to come in a touch, guys. Go figure, Tesla's almost negative on this session. Come on, Qs, give it up. Give it up just a bit. Russell 2000's trying to make another move higher. Nat Gas trying to make a move. MSOS trying to push up again. So MSOS is now turned green. You are seeing Nat Gas stocks, actually AR, EQT, the Nat Gas resource stocks are catching a nice bid here, guys, too. So Nat Gas could maybe firm up. Again, inventories are at 1030. I'm still short the Qs, riding a 446 put. We're up about 22 cents a con at the moment. But I'm looking for a little bit more. Qs are still acting well. Guys, I just closed my 270 Palo Alto call. I just closed my 270 Palo Alto call that I swung overnight from yesterday, mentioned in the live day trade room here. And that's banked roughly about 28%, just over 28% on that trade. So nice job. Qs are still trying to firm up here and press a little bit higher. Dollar's still weak on the session. That is trying to firm up. Here comes the Qs again, guys. So we're just waiting patiently in these 446 0DT puts, as well as a short off of that 446.50 level. So we're in the money. Lulu's really not cooperating right now, so that one's kind of struggling at the moment. That one's really, really struggling. CanCons are up to 98 cents now. I'm still riding at 73 cents. Bitcoin's still acting well. Amazon's now coming in. Google's still trying to bounce. Meta's still trying to bounce. Microsoft bouncing. NVIDIA coming in just a touch here. Qs are still trying to remain firm. Lululemon's trying to bounce. MSOS, guys. MSOS could be in for a big move today. Keep that little bit of a play on watch. Qs are right back up. Lululemon's still weak on the session. Let's see if the Qs want to give it up at all. Apple's still up 0.5%. You're seeing Netflix green. Let's see if they want to chop it a little lower. At the moment, dollar's still falling. Dollar's below 104 now. Yields are falling. So that, in theory, could help the equity markets. Small caps are liking it a lot right now. Lululemon's still down 1.5%. MSOS up 1.3%. Canopy Growth seeing some downside. Adobe up 1%. Carvana up 1.8%. In terms of sector performance, guys, we're seeing all sectors green at the moment. All right, 446s are back in the money, sitting at $1 a con, up over 30 cents. I want more, though. I'm still looking for more. Maybe being greedy, but I still think we could even hit 445. So let's see how much we can ride these cons. Nat gas is now firming up. So again, we're seeing as the market sells off a little bit, nat gas tries to catch a bid. Still seeing a little bit of that correlation being observed. 446 level on the Qs is being held at the moment. NVIDIA checking back to its EMA. Small caps still remaining a little resilient. Meta's up 3% on the session. Wow. Go figure, Meta. MSOS is flying right now, guys. So MSOS is flying. Qs are still trying to come down. I'm still riding the 446 put, 0 DTE. Let's see if we can break this level. We've tapped it now twice, the 446 level, and held. Google coming in, Meta's still firm, Apple's still firm, but NVIDIA's seeing some downside at the moment. Qs, all right, let's see if we flush through. Let's see if they break it. As of now, they're holding. All right, come on, break 446. MSTR still ripping, dollar still falling. NVIDIA is trying to bounce a little bit here, being faded into. Seeing heavy flow coming into SunPower, guys. SPWR, it's a small cap, micro cap stock. Clean energy space. Oh, Lulu, what are you doing? MSOS still ripping. All sectors are still green except for energy now. Energy's turned a little bit negative on the session. Come on, Qs. Are they going to give it up? Will they give up this level? Hopefully Meta will consolidate a little bit. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if it will. Qs are still trying to catch a little bit of a bid off this area. All right, we're coming back down for these 446s. MicroStrategy up 7% now, ripping. Bitcoin back above 67K. Guys, SunPower is triggering a bullish pattern, SPWR. Good to see that that position's trying to firm up for members. And us. Come on, Qs. Break this little level. Give us a little bit of a flush. Retest your gap. Markets are still remaining quite firm at the moment. Qs are up 0.9, Russell up 1.23, S&P lagging up 0.7. NVIDIA is faded, Tesla got faded, Amazon got faded a little bit. Meta is still remaining firm. Still showing positivity in mega cap land, but they are seeing a little bit of distribution in this range, just a tiny bit. Dixie still down below 104 at the moment, tapping 446 level again. Could be a little bit of a minor bear flag on the Qs. A little bit of a minor bear flag forming. All right, let's see if we can breach this zone. Come on. All right, there's a breach, guys. There's a breach of 446, so these are printing quite ferociously. Again, I got filled at 73 cents on the 0 DTE. We're now trading at 106. Come on, press it lower. Press it lower. Imagine they took it negative. Look at this fall, guys. We're printing on these 0 DTEs. Looking for a little bit more. Come on. Yes. All right, guys, I'm all out of those 0 DTEs. I closed it at $1.16, the 446 put. Still riding my common share short. We're up about $1 on the trade. I'm going to put a break-even stop loss at 446. So we're locking in 50 cents. I'm all out of the puts. Close them for a nice little win. Really solid win. And still holding those commons with a stop at 446. So we're locking in 50 cents. Lulu, I'm going to add one more time to Lulu down here, 367.19, 367.19. Just added to my Lulu. That's the third entry. My average is now sitting at 369.42. Qs are still trying to come down a bit. Bitcoin's starting to fall just a touch here. Just picked up some SNDL, another marijuana stock. Yep, nice job. Guys, I just took a 207.50 put on the IWM, 207.50 put on the IWM, 207.50, April 5th expiry, so expiring tomorrow, 207.50 put on the IWM. It's a high risk trade because it is the leading indice at the moment. But we're into this mega gap fill resistance zone. What did I get filled at? Let me just quickly take a peek here. I got filled at 97 cents. Abercrombie and Fitch seeing some weakness today. That one's trying to come in just a touch. QQQ still seeing some strength. Lululemon still lagging down here. Google's coming in pretty sharply at the moment. Qs are still holding up. A little bit of a 1 minute bear flag potential on the Qs, guys. Potential bear flag on the Qs. In terms of the biggest market gainers, Enphase, ripping, Conagra, First Solar, Meta, Generac, Ulta, Dollar General, Capital One, Pool. Some of the laggers, Lamb Weston down 14, Paramount down 9, CRM getting hit, Dayforce, Lulu again, Google struggling, Warner Bros, Riley Automotive. Wow, guys. Lulu may have to take a little bit of a loss on this. Again, we're in a 3/4 position short on Lulu. We are in a 3/4 position short on Lulu. But it's not looking too optimistic at the moment. Hopefully it'll firm up. We'll see. Nat gas still down 0.5%. MSOS taking a little bit of a breather at the moment. Here come the Qs. Qs are falling a little bit more now. Google's getting demolished at the moment, down 1.6%. Microsoft coming in a touch. IWM coming in a touch. I like 445 0DTEs on the Qs as well now. 445 0DTEs. Qs are still trading above that gap fill zone. Dixie's now trying to firm up, guys. Yeah, it could. Lulu wants to potentially go lower and lower. Could absolutely go. Russell's falling nicely, guys. So those Russell 207.50s are starting to print a little bit here. They are starting to print. Again, I got filled at 97 cents a con. They're trading at around 104. Lulu keeps bleeding, guys. Again, my average is sitting at 369.42, but there's really been no bounce on Lulu. Qs are still trying to hold up. Dixie's trying to firm up. Meta's slowly coming in. Apple's still strong. NVIDIA's trying to bounce a touch here. Russell's coming in just a touch more. Dixie's trying to firm up. Russell's trying to bounce as well. Big bounce in the Qs. Yeah, I'm in a 445 0DT put on the Qs again. So, and I'm in a 207.50 put on the Russell IWM. Russell expires tomorrow. Qs are expiring today. So again, my average on the QQQ 445 put is sitting at 59 cents a con. 59 cents a con. My average on the IWM put is sitting at 97 cents a con. Nat gas inventories will be out in roughly 30 minutes, guys, so pay close attention to that. Lulu's trying to bounce here. Let's hopefully we can get some sort of price action in our favor for Lulu. At the moment, it's still just holding steady. Qs are still acting well. Russell's still holding up. Lulu's trying to bounce here at the moment, guys. MSOS trying to catch another little bid. Nice little bounce on Lulu at the lows. Humana's even trying to firm up. Russell's trying to firm up. Keep your eye on MSOS, guys. That one's looking quite firm at the moment. It is trying to firm up. Oil's now catching a bid, so that's trying to firm up. Lulu trying to get a little bit of a bounce, but again, just keeps being sold into. Russell's working out nicely at the moment. So we've already closed a couple winners today. QQQ put, QQQ short. Quite a monster trade on the QQQ put, the initial 446 0DT. Now we're looking to ride 445s, up a few pennies on the session, up about 6 cents a con. Russell's performing really well, guys. The IWM is performing really, really well right now. So if we break this level, I do think these 207.50 should get us in the money. Watching it closely. They're trying to bounce here at this support zone at the moment. They are trying to hold it. Dixie's still weak. Yields are still weak. Gold, silver still negative despite the VIX. Meta's slowly seeing some consolidation at the highs. Microsoft, NVDA trying to push up here. Tesla trying to push up. Apple curling down. Google still struggling, curling down 1.5%. Bitcoin finding some sellers here at 67.3, but trying to firm up. MSOS still pressing higher, guys. This MSOS chart is going to be a pretty big winner, I think, for us members here at TC. I think it will be a pretty sizable win for us here. All right, a little bit more weakness coming into the Russell, guys. So those puts are now printing quite nicely. Again, solar stocks are doing quite well in the session. Quite well in the session. Qs are trying to push back up again. Russell's also trying to get saved at the support zone. Honestly, nat gas right now, there's probably no reason to do any technical analysis because you have inventories coming up in 23 minutes. So that could absolutely change things. Could change things quite significantly. At the moment, it's down 0.3. Qs are still struggling at this 446 range. Lululemon's still struggling. Russell got saved at the wedge, but I do anticipate they probably try to break it down a little bit more. Watch that closely. Russell's trying to get another move higher here. Same thing with the Qs. Nat gas seeing a little bit of sellers. Touch of sellers on nat gas. Semiconductors are still quite firm. Amazon trying to press higher. Same thing with Apple. Google's still struggling. Russell's firming up quite nicely here. Nat gas trying to go positive here in this session. Bitcoin still ripping. Russell's now coming back down. Still have Tesla 0.6, 0.7 now. SMCI of 1.9. AMD's gone negative, down by 0.8%. So that's definitely a leading semiconductor struggling. ARM looks like it wants to go negative. Qs are coming back in just a touch at the moment. Let's see if we want to trigger this little break of the wedge for the Russell. Still holding steady. Qs are coming down a touch. Humana still looking strong. Yep, Chris was on MSOS early. He was. What do we think about NVIDIA right now? Well, NVIDIA is forming a little bit of a 5-minute bear flag. You can see that it's actually hit a high of all the way up to 906 and now trading below 900. So I think as long as we stay under 900, shorts are favored on NVIDIA. And again, you're seeing some weakness creep into the semis through AMD. ARM is weakening just a touch here. So I think that as long as you stay below 900 on NVIDIA, we can short it. If you go back above 900, you probably want to get out. Tesla is trying to curl the upside. Bitcoin's still remaining strong at the moment. Humana ripping up to 312 now. Some nice little price action in Humana. That one's one of my favorite trades on the long side. Russell's trying to press a little bit higher here. We'll see if it can. Qs are still in a little bit of a distributive mode, still holding the lion's share of their gap up gains. The question is, are they going to fade this market at all today? Just bought some MSOS calls. Nice. Yeah, I've got MSOS calls too. I'm in the $12 MSOS calls expiring May 17th. I got filled at $1.15, currently trading at $1.38. All right, Russell's breaking down nicely, guys. The Russell is starting to break down here. The Qs should follow suit. So again, now our IWM put is working out well. Don't be surprised if this market tries to go negative, right? You think that, yields in dollar oversold, but yields are at technical support. Dollars at technical support. Markets are at technical resistance. So we'll see if they want to chop it down more. Come on, Russell, break down. Russell's breaking down. Q still forming a little bit of a bear flag, just like it did here. Took a leg lower. Qs are forming a little bit of a bear flag here. Russell's trying to break this little wedge pattern. Heavy volume is coming in this area. Lulu's trying to catch a bid. Guys, take a look at this SunPower. This is a high short interest name that has been stuck down at these lows, but trying to form and carve out a little bit of a breakout potential pattern here on the hour. Look at this inverse head and shoulders. Again, this is a high short interest name, and if you hold your strength and start pressing above here, you're going to get shorts to start covering at these lows. And again, you're seeing strength in solar, clean energy. You had a couple senators pick up some positions in the ICLN ETF, clean energy ETF. So I think you could be in for a little bit of a short squeeze in this name. Full disclosure, I do hold calls with members in SPWR. It's a high risk position. Qs are trying to be defended. IWM still trying to hold steady. Lulu still trying to catch a bounce. MSOS, look at this MSOS chart, guys. My $12 calls could hit today. This is a huge squeezing chart on MSOS. This one's going. This one is going. Bitcoin seeing a little bit of resistance here. Just a touch of resistance. Russell still trying to break a little bit lower. Same thing with the Qs, just stuck in this range at the moment. Come on, MSOS, keep pushing. Humana's still pushing. I'm seeing semis, seeing a little bit of weakness. Apple pressing higher, trying to break out of a little bit of a flag pattern on the 10-minute chart. You have a gap fill sitting at 171.50. That's some decent resistance on Apple. Microsoft curling down. Amazon pushing up. Meta just consolidating sideways. Google curling up. Tesla trying to curl up. Still have nat gas inventories in 14 minutes. Right now it's down 0.26%, so relatively unchanged at the moment. But at the moment you are seeing a bit in the resource, nat gas resource stocks. So MSOS is currently up 4.4% on the session. 4.4%. Again, Enphase is the best performing S&P 500 stock today. First Solar as well. Conagra Brands, ticker CAG. The top decliners, again, Lamb Weston, Paramount. Quite a precipitous fall in those tickers. Still waiting on the 207.50s on the Russell. It is looking likely that we will break down here. Qs are trying to firm up here. NVIDIA is catching a bounce. Oil, very low volume. Sellers drying up, potentially, yep. You're a bull for NVIDIA? Yeah, I mean, you can be bullish once you get back above 900. Again, it's all intraday. It's all time frame, right? You got to realize what time frame you're looking at. Are you, for a day trade, I think it's bearish under 900, bullish over 900. Right now, NVIDIA is still up 1%, but it's underneath the 7-day moving average. So it's actually underperforming the S&P 500 and the Qs at the moment. And what I mean by that is NVIDIA, again, closing below the daily 7. At the moment, it's below its daily 7 MA. And you have the markets above their daily 7 MA. So NVIDIA is going through a little bit of a distributive process in the near term. Russell trying to get a bounce. Lulu's trying to get a bounce here. Qs are still bouncing. Dixie at the lows trying to hold 103.95. Again, we're still holding a 445 put on the Qs. We already took profits on a QQQ 446 0DT, rolled those cons from 73 cents to $1.20. We're riding a 207.50 put on the Russell. Again, the entry on that was 97 cents. Cons are currently sitting at $1.09. And then the QQQ 445 put at the moment, sitting at 59 cents. Cons are trading at 59 cents. So break even on that at the moment. Lulu's still struggling. This one's, again, unfortunately, hasn't really firmed up at all. So I do apologize about that at the moment. And volleyball's, boxing 8th grade volleyball. 1200 December 20th NVIDIA. That would probably make it bigger than, would that make it bigger than Apple? Probably. That would probably make it bigger than Apple. All right, guys, Qs are now falling. Russell's still under pressure. Lulu's still under pressure. MSOS seeing some minor sell side pressure. All sectors in the S&P 500 are still green. All Dow components, all retail stocks, all sectors are green. The lagging sector in the market, there's two. Utilities and healthcare are lagging at the moment. Come on, Qs, hit 445, break it down. What's interesting, again, you have dollar and yields weak, gold and silver breaking character. So gold and silver have been in a little bit of a bull run recently. Well, primarily gold. Silver just broke out a couple days ago. But when you have gold in a raging bull market with upside momentum, it's a little overbought. And then when you have the fundamental backdrop for dollar and yields down, it should be ripping today, and it's not. So that kind of makes me think that we could still see these equities fall under pressure. Whenever a leading commodity breaks a high correlation That's typically a little bit of a signal that, okay, maybe the market is going to go through a little bit of a distribution process, and maybe the dollar is nearing a little bit of a local bottom. And if the dollar nears a little bit of a local bottom, that means equities should be put under pressure. So just intraday market analysis, just observing a few of these small correlations often gives you a slight edge. You always want to be looking, kind of be a hockey analogy, since I'm here in Canada, you want to be skating towards the puck. Skating to where the puck is going. Qs are trying to break this little bear flag. Let's see if we can get a nice little fall. 207.50s are almost in the money on the Russell, guys. I'm still looking for more. Cons are at $1.10 on the Russell. MSOS trying to squeeze a little bit higher now. Again, nat gas inventory is in 10 minutes. I will pull up the nat gas chart a couple minutes before, just so that we can see the overall picture. Ram is saying, Lulu, what happened to Lulu? Very badly stuck in. Yeah, I know. I got stuck in 380 calls as well, Ram. I apologize about that one. That's a little bit of a loss. Yeah, Lulu's been bludgeoned. No bid in Lululemon. No bid in Lululemon. What about Tesla calls? I don't like them. I don't like Tesla calls. Tesla's in a downtrend. Still putting in lower lows, lower highs. So I don't like them at the moment. Could you get a bounce to about 175? Sure. But I really don't like Tesla at the moment. I still have a little bit lower price action. All right, Qs are now falling a little bit more. So 445s are almost there. Can we get them in the money? Let's see. Come on. Chop it down. We are up nicely from 59 cents a con on the Qs, now trading at 73, 74 and printing. Come on, let's get it. Look at these 445s, guys. They are printing, boom. Almost a double on these cons. The double would be at $1.08. I still think we could retest this EMA on the 1 minute chart. Look at the Russell. Russell cons are in the money, guys. 207.50s are in the money, guys. 207.50s are in the money. If you want to secure profits, I totally understand, but I'm looking for a little bit more. Come on, Qs, get these 445s in the money. Get these 445s in the money. Come on, chop it down. Seeing NVIDIA breakdown, Apple, Microsoft all curling down. Meta's also weakening. 445s almost went in the money, guys. Almost. Market's looking a little bit heavy here at the moment. Russell's continuing to break down. Imagine the Russell goes negative. It is still the leading indice of the session. Come on. One more little sell side candle down on the Qs. Get these 445s in. Come on. Don't bounce it. Don't do it. They are looking to bounce potentially here. Still think we get one more little flush in the Qs. I do have a long level on the Qs, guys. If we flush, if we get a nice flusher in the next 5 minutes into, say, the 440, pierce of 444, I'd be interested in on the long side. All right, cons are at $1.20 on the Russell, guys. I'm still holding the Qs. Nat gas still coming out. I couldn't enter. I'm so sad. That's okay. You'll get another opportunity. Qs are bouncing here. I'm still holding the Russell and the Qs at the moment. Nice. Again, cons on the Russell at 97 cents. Entry currently trading at $1.18. So a nice decline in the Russell at the moment. And I still think that there's some more downside today. I still think that there's more. Even though we're bouncing, and probably could have taken some profits, I still think that there's more. Just got some news that Come on, Russell's back down. All right, back in the money on the Russell. Qs should follow suit. Again, the Russell's still leading the market up 0.8%. Qs are up 0.7%. S&P up 0.6%. Dixie's trying to recapture 104 at the moment. So the Dixie is trying to firm up. Qs are shaping up to potentially form a little bit of a bear flag here. Russell's trying to bounce. I am seeing NVIDIA still losing 895 at the moment. That's a critical strike zone, still below 900 again. So that below 900 level on the Qs, on NVIDIA is working out well. Meta's still seeing some sellers. Apple's still strong. Tesla's still strong at the moment. Amazon's curling down though. Qs are trying to press back up. Russell's trying to catch a bounce. 4 minutes till nat gas inventories. Fill zone. Dixie still trying to press a little bit higher on the 10-minute chart. Russell's trying to bounce here just a touch. Still seeing NVIDIA bouncing, Qs are bouncing, Russell's bouncing, so everything's bouncing at the moment. All right, I'm going to flip to the nat gas chart here. I am going to flip to the nat gas chart so we can see some of the price action here. So I'll keep the Russell and the Qs on. And we'll look at nat gas because that's coming up in roughly 2 minutes. I'm going to flip to the hourly chart. Big bounce on the Russell, guys. Really big bounce on the Russell. I'll just keep the daily chart of this nat gas up. Probably should have taken profits on those Qs. Big bounce on the Qs. Damn. Still a monster move up in the Qs. Nice bounce off that 445. Should have taken profits. Fuck. It's okay. I think it'll still see a little bit of sell side pressure. Putting in some lower highs since the open. Lower lows since the open. Still positive on the session. Dixie's still trying to firm up. NVIDIA is pushing those, so that's going to be helpful for the Qs. Nat gas is falling pretty sharply here, guys. Nat gas is falling pretty sharply on the inventories. Let's look at the daily chart. Bit of a fall coming into play. Let's see if the bulls want to buy it back up. You're hitting the hourly chart. EMA 113. Qs are still trying to press. Nat gas getting a little bit of a bounce now. It was down over 1.4% there, getting a bounce. Buy the dippers trying to come in. Huge bounce on the Russell, still trying to come in. That gas is still down about 1% on the session. Our Qs are seeing a little bit more sell side pressure, just a touch off that resistance zone. Still think the Qs will come down and tap its EMA 113. Nat gas trying to fight here. Big fight in nat gas price action. We are seeing a big dip there, and now it's trying to get gobbled back up. Russell's still trying to hold steady at the moment. Still up about 6-7 cents on the QQQ 445 put. Could have taken much more when it did hit that level. I mean, it didn't, almost went in the money. All right, the Russell's trying to firm up here. The Russell is trying to firm up and consolidate to potentially press a little bit higher. NVDA at 897.70, Apple curling down. Potential little bear flag on Microsoft intraday. Google, potential little 5-minute bull flag. Meta's coming down sharply now. Tesla's still remaining firm. Microsoft's trying to press a little higher. Nat gas still struggling, guys. Nat gas is still struggling here. MSOS still near the highs. All sectors are still green, except utilities are kind of fading at the moment. Utilities are fading at the moment. Nat gas trading at 189, down about 1.35% on the session, guys. 1.35% on the session. Q's cons are slowly starting to turn in favor again, up about 10 cents, or 11 cents a con. Mara, highest volume. Tesla, Palantir are the highest volume stocks. Ford, CCL, AMD. Again, you are seeing semis weaken. The SOX was down over 4%. Now it's only down 1.86%. I'm seeing a little bit more red starting to appear on the screen. Google's down 1. Micron MU down now 1.1. Again, AMD is negative, down by 0.93. So a little bit more red starting to appear on the screen. And the distribution is being observed in semis. So you did have all semiconductors green on the session. And now they're actually starting to fall here. NVIDIA is still up 0.85%. Regional still outperforming the Russell. All right, QQQ cons are still printing, guys, up to about 78 cents a con now. Up about 20 cents per share. I'm still looking for these 445s to get in the money. I still think that we could flush down to this EMA. And this little bit of I have this support zone here that I think we get a decent sized bounce. Pivot, 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 pivot. I think we get a bounce right in this 445 zone. So that's where I think the Qs will get a bigger bounce, right in this zone here. Nat gas still struggling at the moment. Let's look at the 10-minute chart. Again, heavy volume in that region. A little bit of a dip. We'll just keep the hourly chart on since there is some decent support there with that EMA. Let me look at the 30-minute chart of nat gas. Yeah, you're busting through that. So we'll stick to a little bit of a larger time frame. All right, Qs are still trying to remain firm here. Russell's trying to come down just a touch. Still putting in lower highs on the Russell from the open. Still putting in lower highs off the open from the Qs. Come on, Qs, get these 445s in the money. Again, 10-year yield down 0.2. 2-year yield slightly green. VIX is negative. Dixie's down 0.25%. SPY IWMQ still holding positive gains at the moment. Nat gas down 1.5% at the moment and falling a little bit more. Dixie's trying to firm up. Tesla's seeing some weakness. Microsoft's now curling down. Come on, Qs. Cons are sitting at 82 cents. Can they go in the money? Let's see. Come on, QQQ. Break it down. Break it down. Again, your pre-market low on the Qs is sitting at this 443.82. This little yellow dotted line, that was your pre-market low. So you've basically retraced about 50% of the move at the moment. Russell trying to flag sideways. Let's see if we get some more sell side pressure. Microsoft trying to firm up. NVIDIA trying to firm up. Still no bounce in Lulu yet. Still average at 369.42 common shares. Nat gas still just struggling here. MSOS taking a bit of a breather. You have the Russell trying to firm up now. Dixie's trying to firm up, guys. So the dollar is trying to firm up itself. The Russell's trying to make another move higher here. Russell's getting a big bid at the moment, a really sizable bid on the Russell 2000. Nat gas still seeing some sellers. Lululemon trying to firm up a touch. Huge bounce in the Russell, guys. Wow. Dixie's also trying to form a little bit of a base here to push back above 104. Russell 2000 is now doing a retrace back to this original little breakdown zone. Qs are trying to break out of this little wedge itself. Dixie's trying to firm up as well. Nat gas still bleeding. NVIDIA trying to get back above 900, but seeing some sellers. Meta's still curling down. Google now curling down. Tesla flagging sideways. Apple potential little bear flag. Still seeing a little bit of a bear flag on Microsoft. Russell 2000 saw some heavy sellers off of that little wedge pattern of resistance. You can see nat gas still struggling quite immensely. Oil's trying to firm up. Dixie trying to get back above 104. Could be triggering a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders on the Dixie 5-minute chart. AMD still down 0.9. Google down 1. What do you have a long on, Bart? Nat gas forecast. Yeah, thanks for putting that in. Appreciate that, Bart. All right, Qs are trying to get a little bit of a breakout here. They are trying to break out of this little bit of a range. At the same time, you also have the Dixie trying to push. Lululemon still struggling. MSOS seeing a little bit of sellers. NVIDIA trying to press higher. Microsoft trying to press. Tesla pressing. Qs are still coming in a touch. Quite interesting to see. The Qs. Russell also still trying to come in just a touch here. Dixie softening. NVIDIA trying to get back above 900 here, so that could be a little bit of a bullish flip for NVIDIA. Could be a bullish flip. Still seeing a little bit of weakness in the stocks. But NVIDIA is trying to press here. Tesla pressing, Google pressing, Bitcoin still pushing. Bitcoin now up to 67.8 and climbing. Notice how NVIDIA typically does well when Bitcoin's doing well. And when Bitcoin's doing poorly, NVIDIA typically does poorly. Bitcoin's absolutely ripping, guys. If it hits the 7-day moving average sitting at 68.5, that could be a little bit of a short trade on Bitcoin. You've now had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 hours of consecutive upside in Bitcoin. 10 hours of consecutive upside in Bitcoin. Getting a little bit stretched here. A little bit stretched. Qs are still trying to break out and push higher. IWM's also pressing. That gas still stuck here. Still a little bit of a 5-minute bear flag on Apple. Still a little bit of a bear flag on Microsoft. A little bit of a bull flag attempting a breakout on Google. Amazon just consolidating sideways, trading above 184. Qs, Russell all trying to push back up. Carvana's up 3.3. That one's squeezing a little bit. Trump's SPAC is down 3.3. No squeeze there. Small caps are still trying to firm up here. Same thing with the Qs. They are trying to hold steady and press a little bit more. All sectors are still doing well. Apple's starting to see some more sell side pressure. Same thing with Amazon. NVDA couldn't get above 900 at the moment. Seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. Lulu's still trading at 366.89. No bid yet in Lulu. Alright, Qs are starting to come down a touch. Russell's trying to keep pressing. Dixie again still trying to press for a little bit of a breakout here. Again, Apple and Microsoft look like they want to break a little bit of a bear flag. Tesla's still surging, pressing higher, so a little bit of rotation coming back in. All right, the Nat gas chart is now down 1.88%. It's hitting the hourly EMA 113. There is support here at the hourly EMA 113. There is some support. Let's see if they want to bounce it at this 188.20 level. Could probably try to pick it for a day trade long, but super risky. Qs are still holding up. Dixie again trying to firm up here, guys. The Dixie is trying to firm up. Trying to get back above 104. Yeah, Nat gas could go to that retrace at 186. You know, it's looking quite heavy at the moment here. It's unfortunate. Still seeing the Russell under a little bit of pressure into this resistance zone. Again, this is an example where we had profits on the Russell, went in the money, didn't take them. Had profits on the Qs, didn't take them. So a little bit of a bad call on my part. I still think that we should see a little bit of weakness creep into the market, especially if this Dixie breaks out of this little bit of a formation here, short-term formation. You can see on the 5-minute chart it's a little bit clearer, but a potential little inverse head and shoulders breakout, a little minor bull flag setting up. Qs are still remaining quite firm on the session. Regional banks are still strong, up 1.7. Energy stocks are still positives across the board, except for oil being negative at the moment. Seeing Tesla pushing, Apple's now pushing. So Qs are getting a nice sizable bid at the moment. Same thing with the Russell. Russell's seeing a little bit more buyers stepping up. Lululemon trying to bounce. Russell's approaching this little resistance point. You can actually see it here. All right, a little bit harder selling in the Qs, still holding those 445 puts at 59 cents a con, up about 6 cents. 7 printing. Should have taken profits a long time, but hey, maybe we get a big dump and we actually print more. That still could happen. Still seeing the Dixie trying to climb back above 104, potential little local low in the Dixie. Microsoft curling down. Amazon's breaking down a touch. Apple's seeing a little bit of sellers at the moment. Russell's still holding up. Q's are trying to see a little bit of sell side pressure. And crypto stocks still remaining quite firm on the session. Dixie's still pressing here, guys. Dixie's still pressing. Nat Gas is now down over 2% on the session. You can see that Dixie's trying to press. We should see if... I'm surprised that Russell hasn't reacted at all to the Dixie. Surprised that Russell isn't reacting. Russell's really liking the low yields at the moment. But the Qs are starting to come in. And again, if the Qs start falling a little more, then the Russell should also start to come in. Russell's surging here at the moment. Russell's now tagging the resistance trend line, trying to go for a new high of day, it looks like. Nat Gas is still falling here. AMD now down 1.46. Google down 1, Amazon up 0.8, Micron slightly negative. All indices are still green at the moment, with the Russell outperforming up 1.14%. S&P underperforming, only up 0.64%. Dixie's now back above 104. Yeah, it's all... Nat Gas is honestly a very manipulated market in the short term. I firmly think that. And there's just still a potential oversupply that participants are pricing in. Do the Qs want to break down at all? Still no firming up price action in Lulu. Nothing really transpiring there. Qs are trying to make a little run higher. Could be forming a little bear pattern here still. Still just waiting. Paul is saying I will buy Boyle at 13.33 if it gets there. Okay. It's a good observation. Let's see where that is. So 13.30. I might take a stab at a day trade. If Nat Gas keeps falling into the right level, I might take a stab. So 13.30 is right at these previous pivot supports on Boyle. That's still roughly indicating a down move of what? 2.5%. So Nat Gas would need to fall about 1.2% more, which would put us roughly where in Nat Gas price. So if Nat Gas was to fall another 1.25%, puts us about 185. 185. Interesting. You can see that the Russell's still seeing heavier volume in this vicinity, trying to firm up. Qs are also trying to firm up. Natural gas getting bludgeoned here. Heavy volume though in Nat Gas. Really heavy volume. But it is getting bludgeoned at the moment. You can see it's even slicing through that 2 or 1 hour EMA. You have the 2 hour EMA 113 sitting down here at 185.80. NVIDIA now coming down. NVIDIA 5-minute chart looks like a potential bear flag. Apple firming up, Google pressing higher, Meta pushing higher. So indices are still trying to press here across the board. Qs are trying to push higher. Let's see this little next resistance zone. Russell's trying to make another move. Dixie's still pushing here, guys. The Dixie's still trying to push. I find that quite interesting that markets are still acting well at the moment, despite the Dixie trying to firm up. Semiconductor ETF, the SOX is still slightly fading to the downside. The SOX is still slightly fading to the downside. Qs are still trying to get above this resistance. Same thing with the Russell. Nat gas trying to hold that hourly chart EMA. Time is data. It is. I know. We're just burning the clock. Nat gas getting a little bit of a minor bounce at the moment. Trying to put in a 10-minute bottoming tail. So if nat gas bounces, you can play the 10-minute bottoming tail retrace. All right, Qs are pressing, guys. Qs are pressing a little higher here at the moment. Strength coming through Apple, Microsoft, Meta. NVIDIA still below 900. Semiconductors are still seeing a little bit of weakness. Volume is starting to come into the Qs, guys. A little bit more volume coming in. Dixie still above 104. It has triggered a little bit of a breakout on the Dixie. Markets aren't really phased at the moment. So you can potentially play the bottoming tail here on nat gas. It's a high aggressive trade. Again, we did get an hourly close below that EMA. Not a positive sign in the near term. If I were to go long nat gas here, you just use the stop loss, 1 or 2 minute close below this pivot as your stop. So IWM still at some technical resistance, still technically putting in lower high, lower high, lower high, a little bit of a lower low, lower low. The question is now, do we put in another lower low? Do we take out this area? It's still the best performing indice at the moment. As of now, we are still seeing the Qs firm up in price. NVIDIA is still below 900, but the strength has really come from Microsoft. Microsoft had a huge rip there. Huge rip to the upside. Almost negating its bear flag pattern. Tesla's still looking to press a little higher. NVIDIA is still struggling. That's still showing a little bit of a bearish pattern on the 5-minute chart. Hasn't broken the bear flag. Bitcoin seeing a little bit of minor selling. Nat gas still coming lower here. Dixie still back above 104, trying to press a little bit. Again, all sectors are still green except for healthcare now. XLV has gone negative. Can you guys hear me? Sound check, video check, sound check and video check, check, check. Sorry guys, I'm not too sure what's going on here. Can you guys hear me? Sound check. We're good? Okay, good. All right, so we're seeing the views fall a little bit. Russell's still falling. Sorry about that, guys. I'm not too sure what happened there. I might have, not too sure if it was on my end or TradingView's end or YouTube, but we're back. So we're seeing the Russell now starting to fall a little bit more, guys. So the Russell 2000 is falling. Qs are also putting in potentially a bear flag to go lower. So those 207.50s are starting to print again, guys. We're up about 10 cents a con. Sorry about that, guys. Sorry about that. Welcome back. Welcome back. All right, big drop there on the Qs. 445s are back in the money, guys. But I think that we've tested this area once before. We should see it. I still think that we flush down to this zone here, 444.44. Looking at the Russell getting faded. Qs are breaking down. NVIDIA is seeing the heavy weakness. So weakness is coming through NVIDIA at the moment, guys. Weakness is coming through NVIDIA. SOX got a huge breakdown candle there. Cons are up nicely, guys. Cons are up nicely. I'm still trying to ride a little bit more in the Qs. I think we can see this QQQ market retest 444. Russell getting faded, so we're up nicely on those cons. You just quit your position just like yesterday. All right, so Anonymous, you got to tell me every time you quit your position, because then I'm just going to load the boat. Russell's still breaking down here. What's your opinion on MSTR? Little extended in the short term. Guys, look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA is actually breaking down. So that 900 short zone has been working quite well. NVDA. NVIDIA is seeing some heavy downward pressure. I mean, NVIDIA could go negative just like AMD, Micron. A little bit more red starting to appear on the screen, guys. A little bit more red. I'm still holding those QQQ cons, guys. We are seeing NVIDIA breakdown. Qs are now below that 444 range, and they have put in a decent bear flag on the intraday chart, looking like they're probably going to go lower. Have some 5-minute chart support sitting at around 443.90, but we should go lower on the Qs, guys. We should go lower. Russell as well. Let's see if NVIDIA breaks this little bear flag. Again, so cons are up nicely, guys. We are up nicely on those QQQ cons, trading at 82 cents. We got filled at 59. Come on, Qs. Give us a little bit more weakness. Dollar's still trying to press. Nat gas making new lows there, guys. Nat gas is making new lows. Qs are getting a bounce. NVIDIA's bouncing. Apple's still looking strong at the moment. But the weakness is definitely being observed through the SOXX, guys. SOXX is breaking down here. They were leading the Qs. The SOXX was leading the Qs for the whole day, and now it's actually underperforming the Qs. So again, if you're a believer that semis lead this market higher and lower, we're seeing semis under a little bit of pressure at the moment. A little bit of pressure. Dollar still trying to press higher. Nice job, Tom. That's great. Will I be shorting MSTR? Not quite yet. I want to see Bitcoin tap that 7-day moving average sitting at 68.4. You are trying to hit you're hitting the 20-day right now on Bitcoin, so there is some resistance here. Let's actually pull up the chart. Just give me a sec. Yeah, it's starting to come in. You know, that was a nice little reversal. This one's a little bit scarier at the moment. I still think Bitcoin could have, even though the dollar's firming up here, Bitcoin could have one more little flurry higher. One more little flurry higher. We'll see if it does. Russell again trying to break down. Russell's trying to break down again. Here's MSTR. Yeah, if you want to take a stab at MSTR here, guys, I have no problems. Just use the stop loss. I would personally use a stop loss above 1700. If you get back above 1700, I'd probably stop out. But I have no issues. I am seeing that Dixie firm up here. So if you want to take an inch in on a short side day trade, you can here. If you want to inch in on a swing trade, I don't have an issue. But just abide by a tight stop. Know your risk and stop out if you get it, because this one's a short interest name, right? The highest short interest name. All right, Qs are putting in a potential little bear flag. Looking to go a little bit lower. Let's see if we can break this 445 level. We hit it here briefly, pierced it. Russell's looking a little bit weaker as well. Dixie's looking strong, guys. The Dixie is starting to press even higher here. So can the Dixie go green today? That would be a pretty big move if the Dixie goes green. Lululemon's still just souring away. Those Russell Cons are up nicely again, trading at $1.13. We got filled at, let me just double check here, 97 cents. So we're up nicely on the Russell. Still think that there's going to be more downside in this market just based off of the Dixie forming a local low, holding above 104. Nat gas still struggling quite. It's hitting the 50-day moving average. So there is 186.90 is a decent support zone on nat gas. It's the 50-day moving average. So there is some support there on nat gas. Semiconductors are still going lower. The SOXX is breaking down here. The SOXX is only up 0.35%, so underperforming the Qs by basically a 2-to-1 margin. And it does look like NVIDIA is going to go negative, just like AMD. SMCI just turned negative. ARM is about to turn negative. So again, if it wasn't for Apple, Meta, Microsoft strength, these semis are certainly starting to weigh in on the market at the moment. They are weighing in on the market at the moment. Qs are trying to get a little bit of a bounce here. Dixie's taking a short-term breather at the moment. NVIDIA is still seeing sellers, currently trading at $8.94. Apple still acting resilient. Tesla still acting very resilient. Amazon still firm. Dixie still trying to press a little higher here at the moment. Meta's still really strong. Qs are trying to catch a little bit of a minor bid off this 445 level. Russell's still looking a little weak. Mara's gone negative. Coin's still up 2. MSTR still up 5. Humana is still performing quite nicely, up 1.15%, looking to move higher on HUM. MSOS flagging on the 10-minute chart. That one is appearing like it wants to press a little bit higher itself. Still riding these QQQ 445 puts. We entered at 59 cents. We're currently trading at 75 cents a con. So we are up nicely on the trade. Russell, we're also up nicely. Cons are currently trading at $1.12. We entered at 97 cents. So up on both trades, and we are in the money. We already took profits on those 446s. We took profits on common shares. So we're already 2 for 2. And we have the other 2 trades in the money. Lululemon, oh, that one's just disgusting. Lulu is just... No one wants Lulu anymore. No one wants Lulu down here. Our Qs are trying to firm up across the board. Still seeing Tesla surging. Meta's seeing a little bit of sellers. Semiconductors are still seeing some minor pressure here through the SOXX. You are hitting some support here, the 5-minute EMA 113 on the SOXX. Dixie looks like it could put in a little bit of a bottoming tail today if it keeps pressing higher here. So we'll watch it closely. Still putting in lower lows, lower highs on the day. Again, what will confirm this little bit of a trend is if the Russell breaks this low, then we should see the Russell move even lower. Now you'll have a whole host of support on the Russell in this range, this 206 range. And obviously your gap fill sits all the way down at 205-ish. Qs are trying to move up here. So QQQ trying to push higher. Russell's still seeing some sellers. Bitcoin's coming in. Apple at the highs, Microsoft flagging, Google curling down, Tesla pushing, NVIDIA trying to catch a bid. Still seeing some weakness in the semis, guys. Just gonna grab some water. Russell's going lower, guys. So that IWM 207.50s are almost back in the money again. We are up nicely on the trade, but I'm still looking for more. Still think the Russell's, the Russell's up 0.82. It's still leading the market. S&P lagging. Q's. I still see weakness in the semiconductors, guys. That's what's giving me a little indication that we could go even lower in the market here. Could go even lower. Russell 207.50s, they're defending that zone yet again. They are defending that zone again. Come on, Qs, flush it here. Qs have been forming little stair-step pattern down, right? A little bit of a bear wedge, breakdown, bear flag, breakdown, a little bit of a bear flag, kind of a breakdown bar. Now we're forming another little bear flag. Will we break down again? Stocks are trying to catch a little bit of a bid. NVIDIA is still forming a little bit of a bearish pattern. Apple's still strong, looking to press higher. Microsoft now curling down a touch. Nat gas still weak on the session. MSOS, still a potential bull flag on MSOS. Russell's getting a big bounce again off that 207.50, so kind of hitting a little bit of a double bottom. Big bounce there. Really big bounce in the Russell. Let's see if they want to peel the Russell back at all. They defended that low. They did defend the low initially. Nat gas still struggling in this region. Qs again are trying to firm up. Still seeing the dollar trying to press higher. Yields are still negative, but trying to catch a little bit of a bid here. Semis bouncing off that 5-minute EMA. MSOS, guys, trying to make another breakout attempt here. MSOS is trying to make another breakout attempt. All right, guys, I just exited my QQQ for a small gain. Still holding my Russell put, but I just took my QQQ0DT because we are trying to break out here. I'm seeing Tesla, Apple still pushing. So I did exit my QQQ put for a nice little gain. Alright guys, I just closed the Russell as well, sold at $1.07 a con. So we made money on both trades. Nice little wins there across the board. And again, you are still seeing some notable strength creeping back into the markets at the moment. Some notable strength. Semis are trying to bounce. MSOS trying to break a little bit of a bull flag. High risk trade, guys. I'm going to look at 1150 call expiring tomorrow on MSOS. High risk trade. It's a high risk trade. 1150 call, MSOS expiring tomorrow. Russell's trying to firm up. Gas still struggling a touch. NVIDIA's still struggling. IWM trying to push up. See the Q's getting above that first little fib zone, so there likely will be upside, more upside. Q's are still trying to press a little bit higher here on the session. NVDA is still looking a little bit weaker on the session. Still seeing strength in Tesla. Nat gas still selling off here. Russell 2000 trying to perk back up. Qs are looking to break this little flag structure. I do like 446 calls, guys. I just entered at 446 0DT call on the Qs. 446 0DT call on the Qs, guys. High risk trade, but we're flagging. I got filled at 50 cents a con. 50 cents a con on the Qs. I am going to keep a tight stop on this trade. But we should retest 446 now. Russell's trying to press a little bit higher. Lululemon's finally trying to catch a little bit of a bid. Dixie faded just a touch there. Heavier volume coming in on the Qs. Russell's pushing. Lululemon's trying to firm up. Trading at 366.31. Nat gas still looking weak. Tesla's still ripping here, guys. Apple's still trying to attack that 170, 150 gap. Semis are trying to firm up here. QQQ volume is starting to try to uptick in this vicinity. The dollar did fade there just a touch. Dixie did fade there just a touch. I do believe, I have to double check, if it's 12 or 12:30 we get the Atlanta Fed GDP. I think it's either 12 or 12:30 we get the GDP forecast. All right, so Qs are trying to break this flag. Come on. Or in the call side, 446 call 0DT. I filled at 50 cents. Cons are trading at 53. We're breaking the flag. Come on. We just need the Qs to firm and for MSOS to break this little flag pattern. There goes the Qs, guys. Come on. Cons are at 54. Come on. Where's the volume? Where's the squeeze? Where's the volume? Give us that lighter volume here during the lunch. Come on, push us up. MSOS still just waiting here. QQQ still looking like it wants that 446 zone, guys. We're almost there. Come on, press it a little bit higher. So we're just writing a 446 0DT call on the Qs. We are looking to get that in the money. Come on, keep pressing, keep pressing. We're up about 6 cents a con at the moment. Still looking for a little bit more. The Dixie is coming up into some support at the moment. Still no movement in MSOS. Come on, Chris, get MSOS up there. I want those 1150s. Can we squeeze MSOS, guys? We're squeezing the Qs here. Humana's ripping. Stocks are now firming up. Tesla's a monster today, up 2.5%. I do apologize about that. Whoever called out Tesla calls early in the morning probably should have just taken them. All right, Qs are now ripping, guys. Qs are ripping. Cons are up to 60 cents. You can see the Russell's now firming up. Still no movement in MSOS at the moment. All right, guys, I'm all out of the Qs. Sold at 60 cents a con, 10 cents a con gain, 10 cents a con gain on the Qs. I am looking at a Russell put now. Looking at another IWM put. Just got to see what type of strike I like. Probably replay those 207.50s. Maybe a little more conservative look for the 208s. I'm just looking here. All right, guys, I just took 207.50 put on the Russell again. Expiry tomorrow. I got filled at 99 cents a contract. Currently trading at 97. A little bit of a shitty fill there, but it is what it is. Still riding MSOS 1150 call, as well as that's the short-term trade. The 1150 call is the short-term day trade. But I did take a 207.50 put on the Russell again. If we start getting above these little pivot zones, then I'm going to look to probably cut this trade. But at the moment, we took profits on our Qs. That was another win. So we've played the long side, we've played the short side on the Qs, and now we're playing the short side on the Russell again. Qs are still trying to press a little bit higher here. Qs are trying to press. Nat gas still weak. Bitcoin's making another run higher. So Bitcoin is trying to make another run higher, guys. All right, nice little down candle on the Russell, guys. Qs are still looking much more firm on the session. Humana's ripping, guys. HUM is ripping. Good to see. Good to see for sure. Russell's trying to make another move higher here, guys. The Russell is trying to make another move higher at the moment. Still fighting this little resistance zone. Qs are coming in a little bit. MSOS just stuck in a range here. Just 1 second, I'm getting a phone call, guys. Sorry guys, I had myself muted. I took a 446 put on the Qs, 0 DTE. Apologies about that. 446. I got filled at 57 cents a con. 57 cents a con. Sorry about that. Thanks for the sound check there, son. Forgot I have myself muted. Qs are still trying to press a little bit higher at the moment. And we're pressing. Dixie's really faded their touch. Things are very extended on the Tesla, Apple intraday charts. Very, very extended. Qs are trying to squeeze here. Big ramp up in the Qs. Whoa. All right, guys, I just added to my QQQ, 446 there. Filled at 42 cents a con. Russell had a big breakout, guys. Russell's having a big breakout there. Qs are now coming up into a little bit of resistance here. Again, Tesla, Apple, Microsoft charts all extended. Very, very extension. The resistance we're into now is the same little trend line. Nat gas continuing to bleed lower. Dollar's now falling a touch. Tesla's still extremely overbought intraday, trading with a 10-minute RSI at 88. 88. Google's trying to go positive. Meta's still super, super extended on the chart. Oil's weakening. Nat gas coming even lower now. So Nat gas is about to test that key 186.22 level. So Nat gas is continuing to bleed lower at the moment. Qs are still acting very well. Very well. MSOS trying to catch a little bit of a bid now. Watch MSOS, guys. Could see a potential breakout out of this ascending triangle pattern. Russell's still screaming higher here. Qs are still pressing. Tesla's still surging here. Tesla's still going. Oil's falling a little bit sharper now. This is a big squeeze in the Qs at the moment. Pretty big squeeze in the Qs. Can MSOS break out? Let's see if we can get a nice little pop. Again, certainly the strength in the indices are there. Big resistance here on the Qs. There's a decent amount of resistance here. Semiconductors are still acting well. Qs are still trying to press. Russell's still trying to press. Whoa, look at this move in the Qs. Astonishing power. Come on, MSOS. Nat gas is losing that critical 186 level at the moment. $60 of consecutive upside in the Qs. 60 minutes of consecutive upside. MSOS still can't break out of this triangle just yet. It's trying though. Qs are still pressing. Monster surge in the Qs. Monster surge. Guys, I just added up there to my QQQ position. Got filled at 39 cents. So my average is now sitting at 48 cents a con. Nat gas getting bludgeoned right now, down 3.23% and falling. Not a healthy sign for nat gas. Just when it looked like there was some bullish momentum in nat gas, it just gets slapped right back down, eh? Right back down. Unfortunately. All right, there's the Qs falling a little bit now. Down about 4 cents a con on the Qs. Nat gas is still falling here, trying to find some support off 186 is a potential buyable level. All right, here comes MSOS trying to test this high end of the pattern again. This little bull flag pattern upside move takes you to 1138. That's with no overshoot. I repeat, that's with no overshoot. Here comes MSOS, guys. Come on, break it, MSOS. Give us a nice little breakout candle. That would be perfect. Oil's falling a little bit sharper now, trying to hold 84 a barrel. Russell Qs are still acting well here. They are still acting well. Amazon's kind of hitting a bit of a double top. Tesla's just extremely overbought, likely going to see some profit taking. NVIDIA's still struggling. It really hasn't participated in NVIDIA. Our Qs are starting to come down a touch here. We're break even on our cons now. Sorry, we're down 3 cents. We're down 3 cents on the 446s. Apple's still acting resilient here. Microsoft acting resilient. Meta acting resilient. NVIDIA kind of lagging the party at the moment. Still up on the session, NVIDIA, but definitely lagging. All right, here comes MSOS, guys, going for that range break. That range break, come on. Give us the little breakout. You can see it's trying to break this little bit of a wedge pattern. Here comes the surge, guys. Here comes the surge in MSOS. Get ready, because this one's a fast mover. This one's a fast mover. Now that we're starting to perk up here, come on, MSOS, give it to us. Let's see if we can catch a nice move, guys. This ETF could easily squeeze another 5 to 10% today, especially with the market liquidity being strong, small caps leading the charge. Neck and neck with the Nasdaq, actually. Dixie's trying to break out of its little inverse again. No breakout yet on MSOS. No breakout yet. Still seeing some minor rejection. NVIDIA is trying to perk back up while Apple takes a breather. Tesla's taking a little breather. Semis are still doing well. Roku just can't bounce for the life of it. It's looking very, very weak. Nat gas getting extremely oversold intraday on the 10-minute chart into 2-hour chart support, hitting that EMA 113, but just bleeding here on nat gas. We are bleeding. Dixie's trying to break out again, guys. So the Dixie is trying to break out again. MSOS still trying. All sectors are still green except for XRT retail. Retail stocks under a bit of pressure at the moment. Dixie again firming up, guys. The Dixie is trying to firm up. Still lower highs on the Russell, but it has tried breaking out of this little trend here. Paul saying he's not in boil yet. Thought it would be the same as it was on April 2nd lows, just waiting until it breaks that. Okay. Could Tesla be forming a right shoulder on the 4-hour chart, stuck in the 140 put, April 19th? So, Mike, I did close that Tesla, that put, just so you're aware, I closed that position. That was closed when Tesla had that big gap down, when it was down about 6 or 7% there. Nat gas is still just precipitously falling here, guys. Nat gas is still just precipitously. We may have a day trade here on Nat gas. I'm going to watch this one closely because it's coming up into some serious support here for a potential bounce. So I'm actually going to look at UNG here. Still got MSOS on my other screen. It's actually just... Maybe we can even do Boyle. Maybe we can even do Boyle. I'm looking at 184.87 on nat gas support. 184.87 on nat gas support. Dixie trying to break out again. Russell's coming in. Nasdaq still holding. The Russell's coming in a little bit sharper. Guys, get ready to go long Boyle for a day trade. I'm eyeing this up. I'm eyeing Boyle up. Okay, get ready. Nat gas is coming in hard. I'm looking at that 184.86 level for a long on nat gas. It's probably going to be somewhere in between 1307, 1310 on nat gas or Boyle. Still holding that QQQ put, down about 2 cents a con at the moment. But I am looking to go long Boyle. Almost there, guys. We're almost there. Get ready on Boyle. Get ready on Boyle. Okay, I understand, Mike. All right, so I'll look at the Tesla chart. I mean, you're looking at, could be forming a right shoulder. Yeah, it could be. It could be. It absolutely could be. I'll pull up the chart once the Qs just settle out here. And nat gas, we're coming up into a tradable range on nat gas, so I just want to make sure I'm ready, but I will pull up the Tesla chart. Just give me a minute. Qs, big push on the Qs. Wow, big push on the Qs. Strength in Meta going for a new high of day, up 3.88% on Meta. Whopping move on Meta. Monster move. All right, Boyle, they're trying to bounce nat gas just a touch. You can see Boyle. I'm not in as a day trade. Still waiting on MSOS. Lulu's trying to firm up just a touch here. Qs are still acting extremely well at the moment. The big question is, are the Qs going to try to make a new high of day? All right, MSOS trying to make another little run. Bitcoin, new high on Bitcoin, 68K. New high of day, I should say. Still holding this QQQ put, 446 put, but again, slightly down on the cons, slightly down on the cons. Nat gas just keeps on getting bludgeoned at the moment. All right, guys, it's still at the lows. Nat gas, it's coming in. I still like this 1310, pierce of 1320 maybe on Nat gas. QQQ putting in some sideways consolidation. Dixie is trying to break out as well, guys. So the Dixie is trying to break out of this little bit of a flag pattern. Inverse MSOS trying to make another attempt as well. Still not being successfully breaking out of this flag pattern, but it's trying. It's really, really trying here. Lots of volume on the short-term time frame, so I'm still watching that. All right, guys, Nat gas is almost there on Nat gas. I'm going to be doing a 1/4 entry on Boyle, 1/4 entry. So divide whatever you're willing to risk by 4 entries. That's personally what I'm doing. I'm going to add every 20 cents lower on Boyle. 20 cents lower just for a snapback bounce. Come on, Dixie's still trying to press a little bit. Lululemon's trying to firm up just a touch at the moment. Lululemon is trying to firm up. Apple's curling slightly down. Tesla's still remaining strong. NVDA is still kind of underperforming the QQQ market at the moment. Nat gas down now 3.3% on the session. Dixie's still negative. Dixie's trying to again break out. Oh, Boyle's trying to bounce. Fuck. Are you kidding me, Boyle? I know you guys are front running me. Why are you front running me? All right, QQQ still trying here. Nat gas is bouncing. I still like the Nat gas trade, but may have to take it a little bit lower. I'll keep it up on my other screen and let you guys know. We'll watch this MSOS. Again, this chart has now had 1 attempt at a breakout, 2 attempts. The more attempts you get, typically the more likelier you are at breaking it. Qs are still just hovering in this range. QQQ is hovering. Dixie's trying to break out, guys. The Dixie is trying to break this little bit of a flag pattern. Come on, Qs, give it up. Give it up, Qs, give it up, give it up, give it up. Meta's still so strong at the moment. Nat gas getting a bounce. Nat gas getting a decent sized bounce off of the lows. Almost $1 bounce at the moment. Tesla's now up 4% in the session. Apple up 1.2, Microsoft 1.6, AMD's lagging down 1.6, SMCI's up 1, AVGO's up 1.24, Bitcoin up 2.8, MicroStrategy up 6.3, Mara negative. Russell's starting to come in a touch. What a bounce. Anyone took Boyle, protect that trade because it is bouncing quite nicely. That's a really good day tradable bounce. So anyone in that name, protect that trade. Protect that trade at all costs. Don't let it go against you now that it's bouncing. That's all I can say. But what a bounce in that gas. potential 10-minute bullish engulfing candle in that gas price action. All right, MSOS, let's see if we can make another little attempt here at a run-up. Still waiting on the Qs to fall a little bit. Still seeing Lulu trying to catch a bounce higher here. Google Meta is still strong. Amazon still near the highs. MSOS kind of giving it up here, guys. MSOS trying to give it up a little bit. Excuse me. All right, guys, so Amazon's still strong. Microsoft's still just grinding higher. Apple grinding higher. Qs are just consolidating now this big run it had. Dixie's trying to break out. Nat Gas had that little bit of a bounce. Still just waiting on these QQQ markets to see if we get any sort of a retrace. You know, even a little bit of a, let's see this move here, this high to low move. Again, a 50% retrace puts us at 445.90. 382 retrace puts us at 446.14. MSOS not performing at the moment. Not quite performing at the moment. That's unfortunate. All right, Qs are falling a touch here. Seeing a little bit of a down move. Is there going to be any sort of profit taking at all in the QQQ market? Russell's seeing a little bit of a breakdown. So the Russell is starting to come in a touch here, guys. QQQ still remaining elevated and strong. Nothing crazy there. Potential mini head and shoulders on the Russell 2000. Potential mini head and shoulders on the Russell. You can see it if I blow it up here. If we break this little neckline on the Russell, could see a little bit of a down move occur. Qs are pushing right back up. So still a little bit of a push occurring. Nat gas still trying to hold. Yeah, Tesla's relentless. Tesla is relentless today. Qs are still trying to press a little bit higher here. Oil's catching a nice bounce. That could apply a little bit of pressure to the overall market. As of now, mega caps are still very strong on the session. MSOS trying to make another little ramp up. Nat gas got faded again. So, I mean, there's still a potential trade on Boyle that I'm eyeing up, but we really need to see it hit that 184, maybe even a little bit lower now. 184.83, 184.86. Okay. Qs are still trying to press a little bit higher. MSOS weakening. Dixie's now catching a bid, guys. So the DXY is catching a little bit of a bid. It's back above 104 now and breaking a little bit of a flag pattern. Trying to, at least. Will we see Tesla give it up at all? Will we see Amazon and Meta? These mega caps are just so strong at the moment that it's really making it difficult for the Qs to see any sort of weakness. Google curling down, Apple curling down, Meta, Amazon, Microsoft all curling up, Tesla curling up, MSOS getting a little bit of a breakdown here. Not what we want to see. Not what we want to see for those calls. Qs are still just hovering in this range. So Dixie's still trying to press higher. Look at the Dixie. Qs are not really responding. They're just ignoring the strength. Mega caps are still ferociously strong. There's a big push in the Qs. Really big push in the Qs. MSOS breaking down, unfortunately. It's trying to break down here, MSOS. Unfortunately, that's not a healthy little break of that wedge. Still just potentially consolidating, building a base. Russell's teetering on that neckline. Qs are still trying to press for a new high of day here, guys. Guys, I just added to my QQQ there. Did add to my QQQ 446 put. My average is now sitting at 43 cents a con. 43 cents a con. I'll add one more time to the put position. We'll add one more time. As we're hitting a bit of a double top, Dixie's trying to break. NVIDIA is now coming in. Russell's trying to break down. Tesla's still strong. Apple, Microsoft, Google all curling down. Amazon's still trying to push higher here. All sectors are still green except for XRT, retail. Retail stocks are not green at the moment. Nat gas still struggling. Q still just consolidating. Russell did trigger this little head and shoulders on the 1 minute chart. We'll see if it wants to play out. MSOS, not a healthy chart there on MSOS. That's unfortunate. Still strong on the session, but definitely seeing some distribution in this range from MSOS. NVIDIA trying to potentially break out of a flag pattern. If that happens, that won't help our puts. Again, my average is at 43 cents on the 446 put. 43 cents. MSOS continuing to see more sellers. Oil's catching a really big bid here, sizable bid in oil coming in. Gas still trying to hold Tesla just non-stop, trading with a little bit of a divergence on the RSI. Meta's non-stop. Microsoft's now pressing a little higher. Microsoft gap fill is sitting at 428.76 area, 428.75 Microsoft gap fill. Microsoft looks to be pressing for that area now. Still more relentless strength in the Qs. Qs are still pushing higher. Still no new high of day on the Qs. High of day was at 446.96 area, but it is looking like they're trying. Microsoft's almost at its gap fill, so there should be some sellers there. Apple curling down a bit. NVDA seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. MSOS trying to catch another little bid here. Dixie's still consolidating to move higher. Qs are now coming in a touch. Russell's still on that neckline. Still holding Lulu? Yes, I am. Down on the trade. Average is at 369.42. 369.42. Average on Lulu. This one I may have to hold overnight. Lulu is trying to form a little bit of a base here. If you can break out of this little range, then it should see a little bit of a snap move to the high side. This one's so oversold. So, I mean, I'm probably just going to hold Lulu overnight. because I still like it here. You know, it's into a decent dead cat bounce area, extremely oversold daily chart, getting a little bit of a positive divergence on the intraday time frame. So I still think that Lulu can have another 5-6% bounce from here. But again, it's been a tough one. It's been thrown out. No one likes Lulu at the moment. It's been thrown out. All right, Russell's trying to break higher here. Dixie's also still trying to squeeze, guys. The Dixie's still trying to consolidate. So Dixie's quietly creeping up here. 10-year yield's now flat. Microsoft, huge reversal candle. Apple's curling down. Tesla's still fighting and holding. NVIDIA's trying to perk up now. Big pump there in the Qs, so semis are catching a bid now. Russell getting rejected there. Still have unrelenting strength in Meta, Amazon, Tesla. QQQ's up now over 1% on the session and going for potentially a high of day, a new high of day, while the Russell's lagging now. Mega cap is sucking out all the liquidity. QQQ going for new highs here, trying to break the consolidation range and press. Interesting to see that the markets are still grinding higher, even though the Dixie has firmed up a touch. We'll see if the Qs want to break this 447 level. It is appearing potentially likely. NVIDIA is trying to surge now. Apple's curling down. So Apple's seeing some distribution as NVIDIA is trying to firm up. Semis are also trying to firm up across the board. Oil's bouncing. Oil's only down 0.5% now. You can see the Russell got back above its neckline, negating that potential downside for now. Again, Dixie trying to break higher here. The Dixie is trying to break a little higher. SPX trading at 52.54, up 0.8%. QQQ is the best performing indice at the moment, up 1.07, but it's neck and neck with the Russell, up 1.03. The Russell's actually performed relatively weaker compared to the Qs, since the Qs have just been grinding higher. The Russell really, notice the Qs are pretty much at that high of day. Russell's substantially off of the high of day. NVDA is seeing some strength trying to break out. Tesla's now curling down a touch. Still seeing strength in Meta, strength in Microsoft, Google curling down a bit. Gold's down 0.5%. VIX is down 4. AMD down 2. Tesla's up 4.86. SMCI up 0.5%. Bitcoin up 3, hovering at that 68,000 level. MicroStrategy is still up 6.27%. Coin is up 2.76. Mara is negative by 0.5%. Nat Gas down by 3.2. ARM is up 2. Meta's up 4. Google's down 0.43. Micron turned slightly green, up 0.6. That was lagging earlier. Amazon's up 1.4. Nat Gas trying to firm up a touch again. Qs are seeing a little bit of minor sell side pressure. Nothing crazy, just minor sell. Dixie's still pressing. Meta's now seeing a little bit of a down candle. Dollar's still trying to move a bit higher here. Could this be a potential double top on the NASDAQ? We'll see. Nat Gas catching a really big bid off of the lows there, guys. So Nat Gas catching a nice sizable bid off of the lows. Russell's falling a little bit more. Come on, Qs. Give us a free fall. Sell side pressure coming in Google, Microsoft now. Semiconductors getting slightly rejected. Come on, Qs. Sitting at down 2 cents on the cons. Down 2 cents on the cons. We're tapping pre-market high again at the moment. So Qs are tapping pre-market high. Come on, Qs. Drop it down. Dixie's surging here, guys. So the dollar is surging. Nat Gas is starting to catch a bid. Come on, Qs. See some profit taking. Still no sell side pressure in Tesla. Minimal pressure in Amazon. So, I mean, these run-ups in mega caps have had a really sizable rally. So it's naturally, we should see some profit taking occur. That would not surprise me. Dixie's still trying to press. Google coming in a little bit harder. Microsoft too. NVIDIA's still kind of just in a range. Tesla's still chopping sideways. No real down pressure in Tesla. MSOS trying to break down a touch. Losing potentially its consolidation range. Just going to mark this low pivot there. It's kind of the line in the sand that we want to keep. Dixie's still pressing, guys. Russell's responding. Oil's trying to potentially go green here, guys. It's getting a nice little hourly reversal candle. If oil goes green, that's not going to help the indices. Nat gas trying to hover at that 186 zone. So nat gas is trying to bounce here. Russell again testing a potential neckline breakdown. QQQ still just consolidating here. Google coming down for another round of selling. Meta's still chopping sideways. NVIDIA consolidating sideways. Tesla sideways. Microsoft curling down. Apple sideways. Dollar still pressing. Here comes the Russell again, potentially showing some more signs of weakening price action. Qs are trying to press up again. NVIDIA is now trying to make an attempt at potentially breaking out. So NVIDIA has actually been a little bit of a lagger today with this QQ. Tesla new high of day. Whoa, Tesla. Just a monster today. Negative divergence on Tesla. This is a short zone that Tesla's into. Psychological hole number 177. This is a bit of a short zone for Tesla. Up 5.5%. Really haven't had any sort of a sizable pullback at all. Qs are starting to weaken just a touch more, guys. Just a touch more. We're losing pre-market low there, guys. Cons are now break even on the QQQ put. Let's see if we can get a flusher. Russell's breaking down. Guys, those MSOS calls, those 1150 calls, if we lose 1075, I might cut them for a loss. Again, I'm still bullish over the medium long term, but just the short term day trade might be going against us a touch here. All right, we're still seeing the Russell under pressure here. It is starting to break down a touch more. QQQ still holding on the Qs, but we are starting to see Tesla come in. So it's had a 50-cent pullback since we hit that 177.15 level. Nice little pullback. Look at the fall in the Russell. Things are starting to potentially respond to the dollar. Our cons are now printing on the Qs, guys. Let's see what we can bank. All right. Let's go. Come on. We're still holding 207.50s on the Russell. Still holding this 446 put on the Qs. NVIDIA seeing a sizable pullback. Come on, Qs. Give up this little support level. They are hitting some support here. Dollar's taking a bit of a breather. Come on, Qs. Give it up. Nat gas, really big bounce in natural gas, guys. I'm just a little upset I missed that little day trade bounce. We missed it by a few pennies, but a nice sizable bounce. Nat gas is trying to, imagine nat gas reverses and goes green, but I like the fact that it's holding at that 186 level. It's a big spot for nat gas. Come on, Qs, give us another little fall. Dixie's taking a little bit of a breather. We're now up on those Russell cons. The Russell put is printing, guys. QQQ put is also printing at the moment. But I want more. Let's look at that Dixie again. NVIDIA getting a sizable bounce. Semiconductors. Dixie's still pressing a little higher here. Still seeing strength in Meta, Microsoft, Apple's trying to hold. Come on, Qs. Keep coming down. Keep coming down. The EMA 113 on the Qs is sitting at 446.24. 446.24. On the 5-minute charts, it's all the way down at 444.25. And again, this could just be a potential lower high on the Qs. Big run up, double top, kind of a lower high process. These Russell puts are printing, guys. These Russell puts are printing nicely. Come on. Qs are trying to stabilize here. Still seeing Amazon curling down a touch, Tesla curling down a touch, Microsoft curling down a touch, Russell falling pretty sharply at the moment. Google's trying to bounce, same thing with Meta. Amazon's still curling down. NVIDIA's trying to bounce a little bit here. Tesla, Microsoft all trying to bounce a touch. Russell 2000 still coming in. Qs are still trying to come down a bit more. Russell's also coming in, guys. Let's see what we can get. Come on, flush these Qs, guys. Flush these Qs. NVIDIA's trying to stabilize the Qs. A little bit of support coming in. NVIDIA's bouncing, Amazon's still falling, Apple bouncing, Tesla bouncing, Microsoft still falling, Google trying to bounce, Meta trying to bounce, Bitcoin losing 68K, seeing some more sell side pressure in Bitcoin, guys. As the Dixie's still trying to press a little bit. Guys, I just closed my Russell 207.50. I just sold that 207.50. Made 12 cents a con. Still holding my QQQ. But I'm all out of the Russell there. Nice little win on the Russell again. QQQ. Down about one, pretty much flat on the trade right now in the Qs. We are flat on the trade at the moment. Yeah, we'll see if Tesla wants to flush. I mean, it's a tough one. It's a strong chart. You're going to get a buy the dip in Tesla. You probably will get a buy the dip. That gas still trying to firm up a touch here. QQQ bounce coming into play. Retesting pre-market high. Dollar's taking a slight breather. Still have all sectors green in the market. All sectors are still green in the market. So again, guys, it's been another profitable day for us here at Trading Capital. If anybody hasn't checked out my Discord, my member service, definitely do so. Visit tradingcapital.ca. Actually, just put it up here. Other than Lulu's a dog with fleas. No one likes it right now. Other than Lulu, it's been a pretty decent day. Let's see if we can get these QQQ 446s in the money. Still showing unwavering strength in the NASDAQ market. Weakness in the Russell. Russell's now underperforming the NASDAQ. So a little bit of a leadership change. From small caps were leading, now mega caps are leading. Apple still up 1%, Palantir up 1.7%, Tesla up 4.45%, AMD down 2.26%, NVDA up 0.74%. So Qs are still just trying to hold this. This level's the pre-market high. You can actually see the Dixie's seeing some heavy selling right now. Hard down candle. Hard down candle there on the Dixie chart. Semis are trying to push up. NVIDIA is actually trying to push up and break out again. Not really what we want to see. NVIDIA is trying to firm up here and break out of a little bit of a flag wedge pattern. So semis could see a little bit of a bid here. I'm watching them closely because we don't want to get in. If NVIDIA starts to participate a little bit more and push, it's going to raise a lot of those semiconductor names as well as the Qs and the S&P. Just right now we're seeing a little bit of selling in Google, NVIDIA curling up, Tesla holding steady. So the level I'm watching on NVIDIA right now, let's go to the shorter term time frame. NVIDIA keeps trying to break out of this little trend. All right, there's a little bit of a down move coming into the Qs, just a touch lower. You can see the NVIDIA rejection back at that little neckline again. Tesla seeing a little bit more selling. Apple curling up. Microsoft 3-minute bear flag. Google looks like it wants to push higher, but this has been a name that's negative, and it's, you've had a really strong, sizable rally in the market. 10-year yield actually just flipped green. So now you have yields flipping green. So I'm going to watch small caps as well to see if they start to respond negatively. but 10-year yield flipped green. And remember, this rally was caused because the 10-year dipped all the way down 0.5% or so, and now it's gone green. So we are seeing a little more sell side. Still a very, very strong market. Dollar's weakening. Semis are trying to make another breakout attempt here. It's now 1:14, guys. 1:14 on the clock. Come on, Qs. What are you going to give us here? Can you give us a flush? Natural gas falling lower at the moment. Not healthy price action for nat gas. It's still continuing to bleed. Oil's still continuing to try to bounce here. Still watching semis. It's common sense is saying started a position in FRO. By the way, long-term hold, target 47. It's a play on shipping costs because of the Red Sea shenanigans, big multiplier. Okay. Thank you for that insight. I'll take a look at that chart momentarily. Let's look at FRO. So yeah, Frontline, strong name. Very big. I don't know why that trend line's there, but we'll remove it. Yeah, FRO has been a beast. You have this little resistance that is approaching. Yeah, this is a strong chart. This is a strong chart, actually. This one's a nice potential long-term hold, like its common sense said. So definitely looking like it's going to move higher here. Even if we look at that monthly chart. Wow, you can see all the way back to these highs. Jeez. 2008 era. Jeepers. But yeah, this chart's looking poised to move higher. A little overbought short term, but I mean, I like that weekly chart quite a bit. Had a nice reset of the RSI, still grinded higher. Now you're trying to push up. So this one absolutely could break higher. Absolutely. Not a bad looking chart. Heavy volume coming back into nat gas, guys. Natural gas is seeing some really sizable volatility in this range. It seems that buyers are trying to step up to the plate and defend the 186 zone. Buyers are trying to defend this 186 zone. Come on, Qs. So again, nat gas trying to firm up again. Bitcoin struggling at 68,000. It's hitting that daily chart 20 MA sitting at 67,564. 4-hour chart resistance in play as well. Dixie trying to bounce just a touch here. Come on, Qs. Give up this 446.50 zone. All right, we are seeing more downside in Tesla in the Qs, guys. Sell side pressure, Microsoft, NVDA, Meta as well coming in pretty sharp now. So our cons are basically back to break even here. But we need to see a move out of this range. We don't want to be stuck in this theta bullshit like it's been occurring. I mean, it's a monster. Again, 10-year yield did go green. You've seen a little bit of sell side pressure coming into the Qs. Guys, MSOS breaking down. Unfortunately, I just took a loss on those 1150 calls. I still like it long term, but I did take a loss on those 1150 calls, unfortunately. Abercrombie and Fitch today down 2.6%. Down 2.6%. Come on, Qs, give us the range break. Give us the range break right now. Here it potentially comes. Let's see where we can flush to. Nat gas still remaining resilient. Yep, there is relative strength in the sector. Good observation there. It's common sense. Did you buy common shares as common sense, or did you take call options? What did you do there? All right, Qs are finding some support here at that EMA 113. Trying to bounce just a touch here. Meta's trying to bounce. NVIDIA's trying to bounce. Tesla trying to bounce still. Makes sense, okay. So Russell's actually starting to come down a bit more as well. The IWM is starting to sell. Definitely showing a little bit more relative weakness on the Russell. Qs are still holding steady at the moment. NVIDIA trying to hold steady. And NVIDIA does look like it's been trying to break out all day. And usually NVIDIA has no problems breaking out. So it's continuing to see sellers press it down. Come on, Qs, get to 446. Come on. Getting a little bit of a bearish crossover of some key moving averages on the 5-minute chart. You're getting the 7 and the 20 about to make a bearish cross. Hasn't done so yet, but it's looking likely that it will. Nat gas still now trading below that 186 zone. MSOS still bleeding. Qs are trying to hold steady here. So you did get the bearish cross on the 5-minute chart. Last time we got the bullish cross of those two moving averages was roughly at 11:40 time frame, which resulted in a $1.47 move in the Qs. So if you extrapolate that forward, a $1.47 move down puts us roughly at 445, just above 445. Let's see if that plays out. As of now, though, Qs are holding steady at the moment. Holding steady. Big bounce in Tesla, Apple, Microsoft's bouncing. Google's trying to bounce. Russell's still coming in a touch. So the Russell's still trying to come in. Alright guys, still seeing the Qs under a little pressure. The sell side is coming from NVDA. And primarily NVIDIA. Amazon's weakening a touch here. Russell's still coming in a touch. So again, if we look at the 5-minute QQQ chart, shaping up for some bearish price action. You got that bearish crossover of the 7 and the 20 that just occurred. Again, when we got that bearish cross, we got the bullish cross here. You had that big rip. Now we're getting the bearish cross. So it should play out very, very similarly. NVIDIA testing the lower boundary wedge pattern here. Let's see if we can get some more downside. Qs are still trying to hold this area. So it's once we break this area, or if we do, we should have a big move because we've tested it once, coming back down, testing it again. Right now, Microsoft's still trying to hold steady up 1.7. Google's curling. Dixie's still just chopping sideways. Qs are still trying to hold this support level. This is the previous little trend line that goes all the way back through these highs. You can see that EMA 113 is holding. NVIDIA is weakening though. Come on, Qs. Give us a nice little flush. Yeah, I think that will, Ram. I think that will. Especially if this is a near-term low in the dollar. You know, moving forward, I think really what lies ahead of us in terms of data is going to be more of the inflationary data. So, I mean, you've been having the jobs numbers keep on coming in Goldilocks or coming in worse. So it's lowering yields, lowering the dollar, causing equities to catch that algorithmic bid. But once we start receiving that next inflationary prints across the CPI, which is next week, PPI, that's when I do believe that markets will have a big, big down move because of the fact all commodities, not just oil. I mean, oil's the main one, but pretty much every single commodity except nat gas has been strong. Thanks. I'm trying to take a break here, but I'm stuck in these trades. Qs, come on, Qs. Are they going to break it down here? Tesla curling down. Microsoft still holding steady. Meta's seeing a little bit of sellers. So far, they're holding it. They're holding it steady here on the Qs. Does seem like they want to try to break it, but we're just hovering here. Russell's still curling down. Dixie's still curling up. 10-year still slightly green. NVIDIA getting a bounce, though. So they are trying to lift the Qs a touch here. Come on, that bearish cross should help us on the 5-minute chart. It worked for the bulls. Let's see if the bears get the same price action. Right now, Meta's still falling. Apple curling up. Google curling down. NVIDIA pushing up. Tesla trying to bounce a touch. Amazon trying to bounce a touch. Qs are still trying to hold here. Russell is going lower, guys. So you can see the Russell keeps trying to break down here. The Russell keeps trying to break down. MSOS just got absolutely obliterated. Microsoft and Apple trying to get a little bit of a bump up here. All right, there's a little rejection. Okay, let's see if we break this range on the Qs. Come on, start chopping it. Cons are now printing again. Come on, 446s. Let's give us. Russell's going for a new low of day off of its gap up. So lower lows in place on the Russell. The Russell's telling us that this market's on the verge of potentially seeing a nice little flush. So we are seeing that Russell 2000 break down. NVIDIA's trying to bounce, though. Go figure. There's the Qs, guys. There's the Qs. I just trimmed a quarter of the position on the Qs, guys. I trimmed a quarter at 49 cents. Still riding 50 cons for 46s. We are in the money. See if we can get some more downside. Come on. We should see another little flush lower, but you are trying to bounce on NVIDIA, Meta, Google. Everything's trying to bounce here. Same thing with the Russell. But again, the Russell did make a new low here, so I'm expecting potentially some lower price action. Qs are still trying to hold steady at the moment. Come on, Qs. Get 446s. Yep, it is looking like a little mini bear flag. Again, mega cap tech is still super extended today. From the likes of Tesla, Apple, Microsoft, Meta. If NVIDIA can break this little wedge pattern to the downside, that would be extremely helpful for the put position. Again, we did get that bearish cross on the 5-minute chart. You do have some support right at 446.05 on the 10-minute chart. Markets are trying to bounce just a touch here. Nat gas still trying to bounce. Russell caught a little bit of a bounce at that triple bottom zone. Typically, triple bottoms don't hold on a probabilistic and a statistical basis. Amazon's now seeing a little bit of a 3-minute bear flag. Google curling up. Meta seeing some more sellers. Qs are still coming down a touch here, guys. They are coming down a touch. Come on. Drop it. Drop it to 446. Come on. Dixie's still trying to press a little bit higher here. Micron's almost back to the negative side. Bitcoin's still up 3%, but MicroStrategy's pulled back a touch. IWM still up 0.86%. SPY up 0.7%. Qs are up 0.95%. QQQ still the leading indice today. Bitcoin's getting another push up. Microsoft curling down a touch. Tesla curling down a touch. NVIDIA curling down. Google trying to curl up. Meta curling down a bit. Potential little bear flag right underneath the EMA 113. Come on, break it down. IWM's bouncing though. That's a little bit of a positive sign for risk assets. IWM is bouncing. Qs are trying to bounce through the semiconductors, so NVIDIA trying to firm up. Amazon curling up. Google. Microsoft and Tesla, though, are looking a little bit heavier at the moment. Tesla could be triggering a 3-minute head and shoulders pattern. I'll pull up the chart momentarily, but Tesla's on watch for a potential breakdown here. And remember, Tesla's been the strongest stock of the day in terms of mega cap tech land. And you're potentially breaking down here. 3-minute chart, bearish pattern on Tesla is on watch here. Qs are though trying to bounce though. So QQQ is trying to bounce. So 174.10 target on Tesla potentially. NVIDIA getting a big stick though, so semis are trying to catch another buyer's bid. Qs are actually trying to firm up here and break this little bit of a downtrend that started. Tesla trying to firm up. NVIDIA still pumping. Bitcoin pumping up above 68. Google's pressing and Apple's now pressing. Meta's coming down for another round of selling. NVIDIA's remaining a little firm. Tesla seeing more and more sell side pressure. Russell 2000 had a nice bounce off of triple bottom, but again, statistics show triple bottoms don't hold. Let's see if that statistical analysis proves it right this go around. Microsoft coming in a touch here. Google still pressing, Apple pressing, Tesla falling. So a little bit of a mixed bag with Microsoft and Tesla falling. But you have NVIDIA trying to firm up. Come on, Qs. I know you're going through a little bit of a distribution. Dixie's still trying. Okay, I'm seeing now Apple and Microsoft running into sellers. That's enough to take the Qs down. Come on, Qs. Give us 446s. Take us to the promised land. Take us to the promised land. Again, Tesla has triggered that bear pattern. Again, what's interesting is when leading stocks start to fail, it often could drag the indices down. I mean, even if Tesla hits 174 today, that's still a really powerful day for Tesla. QQQ potential bear flag hanging on a knife edge here. It's hanging on a knife edge. Come on, Qs. Chop it down, chop it down, chop it down. Flush to 446. Come on. Give it up. Russell curling down. Tesla still seeing sellers. Apple coming down now. Meta curling down. NVIDIA holding firm, trying to firm up here. So NVIDIA is trying to hold the markets a little steadier at the moment. It's breathing a little bit of life into semis. There's a little bit of a down candle. Can we see a flush? Can we see a flush? Come on. Bouncing. NVIDIA is trying to firm. Tesla's still looking a little bit weaker. Let's look at this NVIDIA chart. NVIDIA is trying to actually hold up the Qs in the near term, but Tesla's falling sharply now. Come on, Qs. There's new lows. Come on. All right, these cons are printing up to 51 cents. QQQs are about to get in the money. Come on. Guys, I just trimmed a little bit there. Trimmed a little bit there. Still holding 40 cons in the money by about 12 cents a con right now. 446s did briefly go in the money there, guys. Nice job. I'm still holding more. All right, guys, I'm all out of my Qs. 446 took profit. Whole position went in the money. Beautiful trade there. Beautiful trade. Got filled at 56 cents a con. 56 cents a con. Beautiful. And it looks like we are trying to go even lower here. But I am all out of my QQQ put position. Nice little win on the session yet again, guys. Nice little win. So congrats on that trade. You know, I may even wrap it up here because that was a nice little win again. Nice sizable win, guys. Let's see what else. Is there any other opportunities that are lying around here? These Qs are still going lower. They're breaking it and chopping it down. They are chopping it down here. Russell continuing to go lower. Regional bank. Wow, look at that monster selling the Qs, guys. Anyone still holding? You're laughing to the bank. You are laughing. What a monster. What a monster push. Sorry, what a monster dump. Not a push. How's that Panda doing? Let's take a look at some other charts here and scan through some things. How's Palo Alto doing these days? I know that one's been a weak name. Yeah, right back down to the lows. Wow. PanWA just can't get out of its own way. Just can't get out of its own way. Hovering on that daily 200. Wow. Quite astonishing. So markets are still seeing a little bit of pressure at the moment, a little bit of downward pressure. Those cons ended up printing quite nicely. QQQ is getting a short-term bounce here at the moment. No problem. They're still holding socks. Yep. Day trade. Hiathasan, thank you for the kind comments. Look at the sell-off in the Qs, guys. What a sell. Just continuing to bleed here. Russell's coming in. Nice little bit. Wow, what a dump in the Qs there, guys. That was a huge dump. Oil's trying to go green on the session. Can you believe that? NVIDIA's breaking its wedge pattern here. Look at that breakdown. Everything coming in pretty sharply at the moment, guys. Everything's coming in sharply. Let's see if we can get a call play on the Qs. So let's see if we can get some calls on the Qs. I'm going to eye up a technical level. Just give me a second here. So NVIDIA is trying to break down here. So we are hitting the 618 fib retrace. I do anticipate a potential bounce back to the 50% retrace. But Qs are still super weak at the moment. Yeah, Eric, Lululemon drops as Jeffries warns of rising competition cuts. You know, they always seem to, that's probably a buy signal, to be honest. I mean, the stock's already collapsed, and they're issuing that now. That's probably a bit of a buy signal, in my opinion. Tesla's still coming a bit lower at the moment. Oil's still trying to rip higher here. Nat gas still quietly struggling. NVIDIA breaking down. NVIDIA could flush, honestly. NVIDIA hasn't really been performing like a strong stock today. I know it's positive, but it's actually been sort of underperforming things across the board. Nat gas trying to firm up. You need Intel to poop the bed. Let's look at Intel. Almost forgot the ticker there. Wow, oil looks like it's going to go green, guys. Can you believe that? Oil looks like it's about to go green. Quite amazing. Yeah, Intel's actually trying to break out of this flag pattern. Looks kind of bullish to me in this near term. What's it? Is it down today? Up 0.91%. Yeah, I mean, Intel's broken that little bearish pattern. You probably get a retest of the neckline. But definitely a lagger in the semiconductor space. Definitely a lagger. Nat gas trying to firm up a touch here at the lows. They are trying to firm up. So you can see NVIDIA actually trying to break down here, guys. NVIDIA's actually trying. Bitcoin's ripping. Let's see these. What about Coinbase and MSTR? MSTR is trying to rip higher here. All right, so Bitcoin's now coming up into a shortable level. Actually, what's the coin con sitting at? Let's see Coinbase actually. So Bitcoin's tapping that 7-day moving average. That's a short-term potential resistance point. Short-term potential resistance point on Bitcoin. So Bitcoin's still trying to pump higher here. Bitcoin trying to pump through that 68 7-day moving average. NVIDIA is breaking down, guys. NVIDIA is breaking down. Expecting Bitcoin to run into some resistance here as well. Bitcoin's still surging. Bitcoin's still ripping here past that 7-day moving average. Qs are still falling pretty precipitously. We are seeing the markets under immense pressure here, guys. Look at the sell-off in the Qs. Whoa, I just wish I held those puts for longer, but that's a nasty little drop in the Qs, guys. Quite the drop. Let's see if Bitcoin wants to get any sort of a pullback. At the moment, it's still acting resilient. The volume is heavy, 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 heavy in the range. Wow, what a dump on the Qs, guys. Anyone still holding those puts? You're laughing. You're laughing. NVIDIA Q still coming in. We're seeing a huge technical breakdown in the Russell occurring. Russell honestly could go negative today. That would kind of just got scared out of your socks. Damn, Paul. Damn. Rough one. It's a bit of a rough one. It's okay though. Qs are still falling. Crypto stocks are still acting well. Looks like NVIDIA wants to hit this gap fill. Look at that dump on the Qs, guys. Wow. we're still going lower, guys. Qs are still under immense pressure at the moment. Immense pressure. Bitcoin's still charging higher, up 4.66% at the moment, and climbing. It's really loving the halving. You still see NVDA weakening here. NVIDIA is falling pretty precipitously. It's weighing in on the Qs quite substantially now. Quite substantially, it's weighing in on the Qs, guys. NVIDIA is still dumping here. Guys, I do like 445 calls on the Qs. We should get a bounce. 445 calls on the Qs. I just got filled at 71 cents. 445 calls on the Qs. See if we get a bounce. Bitcoin's still trying to surge a bit higher at the moment. Still seeing weakness in Apple. Apple's just grinding lower at the moment. Microsoft falling. NVIDIA is trying to stabilize, but still super, super weak on the session. Bitcoin's still trading above 69K now. It seems that as the NASDAQ saw a collapse there, Bitcoin saw a pump. Nice job there. Nice job there, Shamit. It's just about patience, right? We all want the trades to work out instantly, but that's never how it shapes up. Oil's ripping, guys. Oil's now green on the session again. Whoa, monster move in oil. Went from down 0.5% to up 0.5%. Wow. Again, guys, I'm in the 445 call, 0DT on the Qs, filled at 71 cents a con, looking for a potential Bitcoin still hovering at 69,000. I do think that Bitcoin is going to see some sizable resistance here. Come on, Qs, get a little bit of a bounce. But again, it's been a really solid day for us. We haven't been caught chasing. We're just trying to play support and resistance. Been patient. Amazon still coming in. Apple still coming in. NVIDIA trying to bounce. Bitcoin's still very strong right now. But I do anticipate it's going to run into some sellers somewhere soon here. Somewhere soon. Qs are coming right back down again, guys. Wow, look at the sell side pressure in the Qs, guys. That's pretty immense. Oil's just ripping. Nat gas is also starting to firm up again. Whoa. A little bit of a breakdown in the markets. Can we actually go negative today? Holy, I wish I held those 446s, guys. Damn. Would have, could have, should have, right? Best traders in the market. Damn. Still looking for a little bit of a pullback in Bitcoin. Wow. Qs are just collapsing here, guys. QQQ market is just collapsing here. Bitcoin seeing some minor selling. Oil's still phenomenally strong. Another positive day for oil, making a new high at 85.66. Can you believe that? Jesus, guys, look at these Qs just fall. They're just taking everything down. NVIDIA falling, Qs are falling. Monster decline in the Qs. Guys, I just added to my 445s at 55 cents. 55 cents a con. Qs should get some sort of a bounce. NVIDIA's coming up into its gap. Whoa! Look at this fall, guys. Holy. Dollar's ripping. All right, guys, I apologize about that. I took the loss. I took the loss on the chin. I took the loss on the chin for those Qs. Reassessing, just because this is in free fall mode. I know NVIDIA's at support right now. Probably do get a bounce, but I just wanted to take a small little loss in case they flush it again. So I do apologize about that. And they could even flush it more. And they are flushing it more. Look at that. Holy, if I held those cons, guys. Wow. Again, could have, would have, should have. Best traders in the market, right? Bitcoin seeing a little bit of a decline now. Let's see if Bitcoin wants to come in a little bit more. Qs are trying to bounce. Bitcoin still seeing some sellers, guys. Let's see if Bitcoin can fall a little bit more. We'll keep Bitcoin up here. Again, it is into that daily chart resistance. So there should be some sort of sell side pressure in this range on Bitcoin's chart. Qs are still seeing massive distribution in this range. Potential little 10-minute topping tail forming on Bitcoin. Let's see if this yields more downside. Come on, Bitcoin. Give it up. Look at oil, guys. Oil. Is anyone watching that WTI chart? Wow. Wow. Qs are still falling here, guys. Still falling. Look at this. Wow. Wow. Has anyone seen oil? Am I the only one watching oil right now? It's absolute pandemonium. Dixie's ripping too. I don't know if there's some sort of news. Does anyone have any headlines? Because the way the dollar and oil are moving right now, there could be some sort of a headline that we're just not even aware of at the moment. I don't know if there's any headlines. I haven't seen anything, but this type of price action with oil spiking and the dollar spiking simultaneously, that's telling us that there's some sort of geopolitical event probably just unfolded. Don't know what it is, but something just unfolded, guys. Oil still ripping, dollar still ripping, 10-year yield trying to climb now. Bitcoin under a little bit of pressure. Can this market go negative? It certainly can. It certainly can go negative. Whoa! Look at this QQQ fall, guys. Holy cow. Those puts, if we held them, we would have been laughing. All right, guys, we should get some sort of a bounce here. It's just a question where. Bitcoin's starting to come in a little bit more. Oil's still pressing, guys. Dixie's still pressing. Qs are catching a little bit of a bounce here. Yep, that was to be expected. So rate cut potential, no rate cuts. They just obliterated the Qs there. Absolute obliteration. This type of sell-off, I expect the Qs to probably bounce to this 444.60 area and then probably resume selling. I mean, they could just flush this market all day. They could absolutely just keep flushing it. The way that NVIDIA's fallen off of a cliff, Amazon's falling off a cliff, Apple, Microsoft, Meta, everything is coming down. So we're getting pretty oversold here. Definitely oversold intraday. Doesn't mean we can't get more oversold. We're still falling a little bit sharper now. Still no bounce yet. Look at this market fall, guys. This is even amazing me. I know. Don't tell me that, guys. Don't tell me. I know. Trust me, I know. It's just how it goes, though, sometimes. Bitcoin's still holding steady. All right, oil's taking a bit of a breather. Indices should bounce here. Indices should bounce. I like 444 calls again, but it's high risk late in the session. Markets have a big downtrending on news, so it's certainly not for the faint of heart right now. That type of a sell-off is quite massive. NVIDIA is still falling. No bid in NVIDIA yet. No bid in Microsoft. No bid in Google. No bid in the Qs yet. And we go lower. That was a pretty big fall, sizable fall. Dollar's still near the highs, Qs are near the lows. Let's go to a bigger time frame now and see. Bitcoin's surprisingly holding up well. 24-hour bug got you. Sorry to hear that, Michael. QQQ right back down to lows. Look at NVIDIA just selling. Q's still selling. Semiconductors are now negative on the session, so are the Qs. Sorry, the Qs are not negative, but the S&P is negative. Wow, what a dump. I wish I had those puts. That was insane. Still no bid in the Qs, guys. It's just relentless selling. Relentless selling. Everyone's hitting the exit at once. Wow. That's pretty remarkable. It's been a long time since we've seen a sell-off of this magnitude, that sharply, that quickly. But everyone's trying to hit the door at the same time. Look at the volume in this range. Check UVIX. Yep, UVIX spiking. Yeah, look at that move in the UVIX. Volatility increase, yields are negative, dollar's ripping still. Look at the move in the Dixie. Dixie's still holding steady, right? And the Qs are still wanting to go even lower. Quite fascinating to see that we haven't had a bounce yet. No bounce intraday. NVIDIA is trying to bounce here. Pretty sizable bounce coming back into the Qs now. Potential little short covering bounce. No volume. What are you looking at? No volume. Yeah, nat gas falling too. Not a good sign. Nat gas definitely under pressure, falling pretty sharply here. A lot more red on the screen now. Majority of sectors have gone red with that decline. Let's see if we get a little bump up here. Again, short-term oversold. Intraday definitely oversold. Could get a little bit of a short covering bounce. Don't imagine it's going to be very... But that was mainly just a mega cap tech sell-off. Monster sell-off. Dixie's still trying to press a little higher. Russell's almost gone negative. S&P's slightly negative. Nat gas still trending lower. MSOS got annihilated. Potential little failed breakout there. Still have an hour and a half of trading, guys. Indices are trying to bounce just a touch here. Just a touch of a bounce. Stepping in by the marijuana stock, CGC. I mean, MSRS had a potential failed breakout today. Nasty decline with the markets. We'll see. We'll see how things like to settle out here. You could potentially try to bottom pick it and get an entry here. But there still looks like to be a lot of selling that's occurring across different stocks, different sectors now. Oil went from red to green. Qs are almost on the brink of going negative. SMCI, AMD, NVDA negative. So semiconductors complex has gone negative. Catching a little bit of a bounce here with NVIDIA. Microsoft trying to hold steady. Meta trying to hold steady. Still a ton of weakness. Bitcoin surprisingly holding firm. Dollar's now weakening a touch, so it could give the indices a little extra help if the dollar starts to weaken a touch. Fuck, I just wish I held those puts, guys. Paper handed those. That's a trade that could have, made our month, for crying out loud. Yeah. Nat gas trying to stabilize a bit here. All right, more selling for the Qs coming down. Wow, that's relentless. That is absolutely relentless, guys. S&P back to the negative side, guys. S&P is back to the negative side. QQQ new lows there. Wow. What sell side pressure, guys? Jesus. Those puts, I don't even want to know what those puts would have been at, but definitely hurts. Definitely hurts. Wow. Crazy. You had 500K in SQQ sold way too early? Yeah, I know. Fuck, man. Don't tell me I'm choked. I'm actually choked. Again, no bounce. This is a free fall. This is an absolute free fall in the Qs. Wow, look at this dump in the Qs, guys. And we go lower. No bounce yet. Russell's negative, Q negative, SPY negative now. You can see every little bounce that attempts is just being sold into. Jeez, this is what a free fall is, guys. Wow. Look at the dump go, guys. Holy. Look at this. We got to zoom out. What a fall. What a fall. everything is just collapsing, guys, collapsing. Would you cut Lulu? I still think it's a decent swing trade area. If you want to cut it, be my guest. I have no issues. I'm going to try to hold it for a little bit of a bounce. Still definitely relatively weak compared to the market, but I'm still going to try to hold it. Wow, guys, look at the sell side. Holy. Okay, we should get a bounce shortly. This type of fall is just precipitous. I mean, whoa. Like this amazing, amazing, amazing fall. So again, Qs did go negative there, guys. Qs did go negative. All indices went negative. Pretty much the majority of sectors went negative. And we're still falling. NVIDIA is still falling. Will we catch a bounce at all today? That's the question. Or are they just going to keep flushing us into the close? So Qs have pretty much done a full round trip. A full round trip now on the Qs. Qs are trying to bounce here a little bit. You are hitting some hourly support. Dixie's still trying to press. Oil's making new highs on the session. What a fall, guys. What a fall in the Qs. NVIDIA trying to get a bid here. Huge reversals. So UAE announced closing Ties with Israel. Thank you. At the moment, no day trades right now. Other than that Lulu, which is turning into a swing now, that was the only one. Big bounce coming into the Qs, guys. Big bounce in the Qs. Sorry, guys, that was crazy. I was just working some positions here. That was just crazy. Retest, you could get a retest. I mean, you could retest lower. This type of sell side pressure, they're probably going to flush us right into the close, guys. Typically, when you see this type of price action, look at the dollar still remaining firm. Let's just look at the S&P daily chart as well. Look at the daily chart of the SPY. That type of sell-off is not a healthy one. Let's just say that. Not a healthy one. You're hitting that daily 20 MA right now on the S&P. So there is some support, but there's a chance that they could flush us. I mean, yeah, we're oversold, looking for an entry. Some people, if you want to take a stab at it, just keep tight stops, because this type of sell side pressure, I've seen it before, and they often can slice through massive technical levels. Dixie's ripping, guys. Look at the Dixie go. My, oh my. Even regionals are getting dusted right now. If there's no rate cuts, expect KRE to probably break down even more. Guys, we could potentially play a 441 call, but it's risky. Super, super risky. That dollar's just massively surging here. That dollar is just surging to the upside. Dixie's going lower here, guys. Dixie's trying to, the Qs are trying to go lower. Dixie's just ripping. Gold and silver firmed up despite the Dixie, so it shows you that's the geopolitical fear. Did I pick NVIDIA or MU for a leap? Probably NVIDIA. Probably NVIDIA. I don't know why I picked these up. Dollar's still at the highs, guys. The dollar is still at the highs. Look at that. Dollar's about to go green on the session, guys. Qs are still seeing more sell side pressure, guys. Quite astonishing. And they're flushing it. Wow, look at that S&P decline. Monster move down. Qs are trying to catch a bid here. Dixie's softening just a touch. Qs are now trying to recapture 440. You can see a nice little bounce coming in. Oil's still ripping to the highs, guys. Oil's still ripping to the highs. I am in 441 0DT calls. I got filled at 45 cents a con, trading at 49 cents. Super, super risky trade, though. Super, super risky trade. Dollars coming in should give us a somewhat of a bounce here. Qs are still trying to push a little bit, still super, super weak. Lots of sell side pressure. We've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 consecutive 10-minute down candles. I repeat, 11 consecutive 10-minute down candles. That's quite impressive on the sell side pressure. Qs are now down 0.4, Russell down 0.3, SPY down 0.5. Bitcoin's still holding up pretty firmly here. Pretty firmly. Impressive Bitcoin. Come on, 441s. Still so many sellers lurking, people panicking and dumping everything, guys. They're dumping everything. MSOS going a bit lower. Pretty much everything. Nat gas trying to reclaim that 186. Oil's making new highs at 86.60. Come on, Q's bounce a little bit. Bounce a little bit. SOX is up now 4%, the SOXS. Into the final hour and 12 minutes of trading here. Qs are trying to hold, but still super struggle in terms of price action. A magnificent struggle. Dollar still firm, holding up quite well. Oil still ripping here, guys. Almost at our target of 90 a barrel. Come on, Qs, get that 441 push up. Come on. Should be some shorts covering in this range. And buyers probably will start to step in a little bit for a day tradable power hour bounce. We did get a little bit of a 10-minute bottoming tail on the previous 10-minute candle. I mean, just the relentless sell side. Apple's trying to firm up. Meta's trying to firm up. NVIDIA trying to bounce slightly. Twelve consecutive 10-minute candles down. 12 consecutive 10-minute down candles. You're trading at a 16.7 intraday RSI on the 10-minute chart. Extreme oversold intraday. A little bit of a positive divergence on the 5-minute chart. Still think we can get a little bit of a pop here. Dixie's softening a tad. Bitcoin still holding quite well. I wouldn't chase the short side yet. I would, it's had a pretty precipitous fall, right? So chasing the short side is risky right now. Could it play out? Yeah. But I mean, you could also have a quick snapback short covering bounce that could rip your face off. So just be patient. I still think that we see a bounce here. A little bit of a bounce. Obviously, we've bounced from the 439 area. I'm trying to hold at the moment. Dixie's still softening. Qs are still struggling here. QQQ still struggling here. It's trying though. Trying to firm up. Still sitting on really big daily chart support on the S&P. You can see that 20-day moving average. We're currently below it. So I'm expecting that they're going to try to save it here and press it back above that 20-day. But again, nothing is set in stone when you see declines like this. Nothing is set in stone. Dixie softening a little bit. MSOS getting demolished. Small cap stocks getting demolished. Again, I think that regionals are probably going to suffer. over the next little bit, especially if there's no rate cuts. Wow, the Qs are still trying to dump here, guys. Qs are still trying to dump. What a monster sell, though. Monster sell. Paper handed those puts. Ram, yep, you printed on your puts. Nice job. Nice job. Interesting observation there, Michael. Past SP every 20 MA hit, bought up to make new all-time high. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Qs are still just trickling lower here. Everything is still selling across the board. Amazon, Meta, Google still falling pretty sharply. NVIDIA is trying to find some support on its hourly chart. Dixie did fade, so stocks should try to find some sort of a little bit of a local bottom here. But again, with this type of panic, VIX spiking up 9-10% in a matter of minutes does not put a healthy backdrop for the market. Jeez, and we're going to make new lows on the Qs, guys. Look at that. They're just flushing it. They are just absolutely flushing this market. Everyone's running to the exits all at once. Look at that decline. Even breaching that support level. Wow. What a rocket ship down. That's crazy. And every little bounce keeps getting sold into, right? Dixie faded though. Dixie's still fading. It's been a while since we traded it with a 14.7 RSI intraday on the 10-minute chart. Been a long time. I'd be curious to find out when the last time we traded this oversold intraday. You usually see buy the dippers come out in full force. We're just not seeing that same sort of momentum. Regionals also breaking down now. Still holding positive gains, but about to go negative on the session, the regionals. This is just a free fall in the market, guys. Just a free fall. Oil's still ripping. Dixie, I mean, Qs are still just falling here, going lower and lower. No real bid in sight. Let's see if they try to give us a little bit of a facelift into the end of the session. Likely not, though, with this type of sell side pressure. It's relentless. Wow, those puts, I don't even know what those puts would have been at, guys. If we still held them, that would have been friggin' a monster trade. And we're going lower on the Qs. It's kind of my biggest regret of the week, not holding those. Right idea, wrong timing. Look at the sell-off, guys. Why, oh my. Wow. QQQ breaching massive support levels. Massive support levels are being breached right now on the Qs. Now down almost 1% on the Qs. Holy. That's insane price action, guys. That's insane. Regionals are breaking down a touch now. Gas trying to hold and firm up, but still exceptionally weak. MSOS got absolutely annihilated along with the market. Minor little bounce in the Qs here, just a minor little bounce. Dixie still holding firm. Gold and silver now rolling over. Every sector red. Every sector red. Yeah, it's quite fascinating, right? Markets go from trending to boom, just complete annihilation. Again, RSI on the 10-minute now trading at 13.3. Extreme oversold. We've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We're on the 13th consecutive 10-minute down candle on the Qs. 13th consecutive 10-minute down candle. Very rare sighting. Don't typically see that often, but we are observing it here today. QQQ still bleeding here. Still bleeding. No bounce yet. Really minimal stuff. SPY's down 0.7. Russell's down 0.76. Qs are down 0.8. Regionals just rolled over, so KRE is also negative on this session. AMD down 6, SMCI down 4, NVIDIA down 2.29, Microsoft, Tesla still holding green. Look at this, and we go lower. What's the volume today off of this? The sell-off volume must be pretty... still fairly light, actually. Volume's still fairly light, guys. Only about 33 million shares traded right now, so below average. Below average. Considering this type of sell-off, only the last hour of trading, it's kind of below average. Which means that they can snap this market back up. Low volume, they can snap it. So again, low volume. Let's see if we get any sort of a push late in the session here. Yep, 23 5-minute down candles. Quite extraordinary, eh? VIX is now up 12.5%. Oil's still ripping. Bitcoin still holding the lion's share of its gains. So quite fascinating to see Bitcoin still outperforming. Nat gas trying to recapture that 186 level. Currently just trading slightly below it. I'd be shocked if we don't get some sort of a bounce, at least back to say 440, maybe 439, 439.60. I'd be shocked if we don't get any bounce. But then again, we have just been in a raging bull market, just trending higher and higher and higher and higher and higher without any real consolidation, and you still have a lot of weakness. Things are still selling across the board. Humana is holding. HUM up 1.26%. Relative strength, guys. Relative strength. Humana. MicroStrategy still positive. Oil up 1. Carvana still hanging on, up 0.42%. Quite fascinating. Enphase up 2%. So look through your stock watch list and look at the names that are still holding strength. Hershey, Datadog, Neo, Fubo, Jumia, DraftKings, First Solar, Costco, Walmart still okay. So this is mainly just a big decline in mega cap tech. Huge precipitous fall in mega cap tech. Or the Qs. The Qs is just as oversold as we are. They just don't want to bounce off this level right now. A little bit of an uptick coming in. Potential little 10-minute bottoming tail on the SPY. Lulu just keeps bleeding lower and lower. Oil still holding the lion's share of its gains, pressing. SLH is a strong name. That's holding positivity. GME, so GameStop's holding positive gains at the moment. Interesting. Still no bounce yet in the Qs. Now on our 14th consecutive 10-minute down candle. RSI 13.15. Extreme oversold intraday condition. But it doesn't mean we have to bounce. It's just likely we will, but this type of selling again is quite ferocious. Quite ferocious. Everything is just being liquidated at the moment. NVIDIA, Tesla, Microsoft, Apple, Google, all still coming down. Yep, Tesla's at 171 now and falling. 171 and falling. Are they going to take the Qs lower? New lows? Yep, there it is. Well, not quite. It's looking like they will, though. They are trying to breach the QQQ low of day. Still really no bounce, guys. No bounce. Wow. Nat Gas trying to recapture that 186 zone again. New lows on the Qs, guys, are about to print. New lows on the Qs. Again, volume's only 37.7 million. For a sell-off of this magnitude, still quite light. Still quite light for a sell-off of this magnitude. Which makes me think that we still could get a pop. We still could get a pop with this type of volume. You made good money on the QQQ. Good job there, Ram. Yeah, you could take a stab at some QQQ calls here and just keep a tight leash on your stop. 438s, 439s, depending on what strike. Obviously, 439 I think could hit still. 438's a little less risky since we're trading in this area. I even still think we could bounce to 440, but right now we're trying to stabilize here. Let's see. Will we get a little bit of a short snap? Microsoft's still coming in. Google, Meta's still weak. NVIDIA's trying to bounce a little bit here. And Qs are now down over 1% on the session. SPY down 0.8. So the Qs were the leading indice. Now they're leading the downside. So it's funny how things work like that. Funny how things work like that. All right, a little bit of buy pressure coming in here, guys. Just a touch of buy pressure. Still a lot of sellers lurking. Again, every sector's gone red, so this is a broad market sell-off. Even energy's gone red despite oil still holding strong. So definitely the rate expectations changing. Yields have collapsed. Yeah, Lulu is shite. Lulu is fucking nasty right now. Still extremely oversold. I mean, you're coming up into some monthly chart support. Lulu's tagging the weekly 200 MA. That's what Lulu's trading into, the weekly 200 moving average. Again, potential bear flag. There goes new lows on the Qs, guys. New lows on the Qs. Still seeing some buyers trying to swoop in here a little bit, but the sellers are overpowering them at the moment. There are some buyers trying to come in here, but the sellers are just still overwhelmingly in control. You are creating a little bit of a falling potential wedge pattern, which means that you could go a little lower. Dixie's still pushing up. That's not going to help the Qs. Dixie pushing up, not going to help the Qs at all. Bitcoin's still holding up fairly well at the moment. Bitcoin's still holding up quite well. All right, new lows on the Qs, guys. New lows on the QQQ. I don't even know where they want to take this today. Your daily chart support, 50-day moving average sitting at 435.40. I mean, geez. 4-hour chart at 435.48. You've blasted through your hourly chart. I mean, this could get nasty. Yeah, look at this semiconductor bear ETF. Just a monster today. Just a monster. What's interesting is, I mean, you're seeing the sell-off occur in the Qs in mega cap tech more than the regionals itself. So I kind of find that interesting to see that regionals are actually holding up a little bit better than the mega caps. You would expect if a rate cut decision was removed or there's no rate cuts this year, you would expect that regionals would absolutely get crushed because they're super sensitive to the rate cycle. But at this point, you're still seeing regionals. They're only down, roughly. Actually, they're positive, slightly positive. Quite fascinating when the Russell's actually up 0.7. So very interesting to observe that. Very interesting. You'd like to rebuy stocks and UVIX? Still really a minimal bounce in the markets. NVIDIA is trying to catch a bounce. Google's still weak. Meta's trying to firm up. Tesla trying to bounce off the 10-minute EMA 113. Amazon curling down. Google curling down. Apple curling down. So Dixie curling up. Qs are trying to catch a little bit of a bid here. A little bit of a minor bid. Still really weak though on the Qs. Really weak. Again, what sector performed the worst today is XLV and XLK getting clapped. Regionals still showing some positivity. They're actually positive on the session. That's quite fascinating. Not what you would anticipate. Getting an alert on Amgen, ticker AMGN. What's happening with Amgen? Yeah, look at that fall. Yeah, Amgen breaking down here. I don't even like that name right now. Oil's still strong, holding at the highs of the session. Dixie again putting in a little bit of a bottoming tail. Doing a bit of a red to green reversal. Still really no bounce in the Qs. Really no bounce in the Qs. Dixie's still surging. MSOS getting demolished at the moment. There's life in the Qs. We got a 1 minute green candle. Bulls can celebrate. No, there's so much selling right now. I mean, you might get a little bit of a short bump at the end of the day, but they could very well just keep flushing this, guys. You know, so you can take a lotto play if you want. You know, 439 maybe, 438s, but just being. But with oil at the highs, Dixie at the highs, look at this bear ETF. This QQQ market is in for definitely some trouble. And the headlines will be markets in turmoil. So the headlines will be tomorrow. Sorry about that, guys. What's on the toast? Yikes, look at this decline, guys. It's quite impressive. Quite impressive. Still seeing a very hard sell-off occurring in the Qs. Very hard selling. It's slowly abating, but definitely still just a grinder down. SOX is pushing. QQQ, new lows, new lows. Dixie at the highs. Everything just dumping. Regionals are still holding firm. Tesla's still falling. Apple coming in. Microsoft's still falling. Everything is still falling here. Final 30 minutes of trading. And the indices absolutely got demolished. Look at the 10-minute chart of the Qs, guys. You don't see this often. Look at that. Whoa. Monster sell program. Monster sell. Will we get any sort of a snapback in the market? Let's see. Volume's still fairly light. It's only 42 million shares at the moment, but we're still seeing a bleeder and a grinder. High risk lotto play, guys. 439 call. 0 DTE picked up at 4 cents a con. 4 cents a con. Again, sizes for loss. It's probably not going to play out, but we'll see. We're now hitting this bottom of this parallel channel that was keeping us in check for quite a long time. So we'll see if we get a bounce off of it. Qs are actually approaching the 50-day moving average. We're not that far. We're about less than $1 away from the 50-day moving average. Quite fascinating. Fed blows out candle in market. Yep. A little bit of a push. Let's see if we can break this falling wedge pattern. After hours will be interesting. Yeah, we could have a gap down tomorrow. We could have a gap down. It's going to be quite interesting tomorrow. This type of sell-off usually results in more sell-side pressure. But I mean, what's interesting is the volume still not that heavy. Only 42 million shares right now. Qs are down 1.23% at the moment. 1.23%. Does anyone know what those, what were we in? What puts were we in here? We were riding 445s, 444s. Oh my God. Does anyone know what those would have printed? I know it was $2, but that was, that was way higher. So let's see if they give us any sort of a reprieve. That's a pretty monstrous sell-off. They generally will try to bounce it, but still a big struggle. So the Qs have had 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 10-minute down candles in a row. That could be a record. I wonder what the record is for 10-minute down candles on the Qs. That would be a cool little statistic to know. More selling coming in for the big boys. Microsoft's now bleeding. Google's still bleeding. Bitcoin's still holding. Quite interesting to see Bitcoin still holding up relatively well. Interesting. Dixie still at the highs. No bid in Lulu. No bid in the market. Dollar's still just pressing higher and higher and higher. NVIDIA down 2.7. AMD down 7. Holy shit. AMD. Dixie's still just ripping, guys. Volume on the queues, only 43 million shares right now. Would have expected typically more off of this sell side pressure. And we're still going lower, guys. Looks to be we're going a little lower. We're really pressing the puts. 20 minutes left in the session. Qs are down 1.3, leading the downside. Apple, Microsoft still all negative. Google, pretty much every single mega cap turned negative except for Tesla. Tesla's still holding, but coming in. New lows there on the Qs, guys. New lows on the Qs. NVIDIA closing on the 618. You can see the difference, right, in just the one-day characteristic change. This oversold in the market usually catches a bid, and we're not seeing that. So a bit of a character change potentially being observed. Wow, 15 consecutive 10-minute down candles. The Qs are now coming up into its daily 50 moving average. We're about 40 cents away. It's daily 50 moving average. You know, to think we were trading well at the 447 level, and now we're down all the way to 440, 435. That's quite astonishing. New lows on the Qs, guys. New lows. Qs are hitting the 50-day moving average right now. Literally as we speak, Qs are hitting that 50-day moving average. So maybe this is a bounce spot. There is good daily chart support here. But again, markets are still struggling. Look at this 10. Look at these candles. Let's count them up. Let's count them up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. That might be a new record. Anybody has the time to see if that's the amount of consecutive down candles on the 10-minute chart? Could be a new record. I know there's been some pretty harsh sell-offs, but to have that many consecutive candles without a bounce, just slicing through support level after support level, quite impressive. Quite impressive. VIX is up 17%, guys. Holy. 17%, eh? Now, tomorrow sets up for an interesting session because we're actually sitting right on the 50-day moving average in an oversold condition. But typically this type of selling does cause a gap down. I would not be surprised if we see a gap down. But then on the other hand, with this type of selling, you're going to get everyone now piling in on the shorts and puts after a pretty precipitous fall down 1.46. So maybe they give us a little facelift tomorrow, they gap us up, and then they keep selling into it. So it's a tough one. It's a tough one to really swing anything overnight. You know, I would favor a potential bounce because we are at daily chart support, extreme oversold condition intraday. But then again, right, we've been in this raging bull market. So stocks don't have to bounce. They really don't have to. Trying to get our first 10-minute green candle. Really, since we started selling off at 1 o'clock. This is the first little green candle pump. NVIDIA, yeah, NVIDIA closing on that 618. Did read that already. Guys, members, my video will be out a little bit later tonight. There's going to be lots to discuss with this type of market price action. Lots to discuss with this type of market price action, but definitely interesting times. A little bit of a facelift coming in. The question is, will it last? Is the near-term selling abated? Trying to break out of this down-sloping wedge pattern. Yeah. We have. I mean, there's some positions that hurt us a little bit on the long side, like Lulu, but we did profit from the. We didn't catch the whole fall. I wish I did, but we were in some puts. Definitely were. We're obviously in the SOXS with members, so that's helpful. We've got some shorts out there, but we also have some longs, so we're kind of exposed in some positions, but definitely a good day for us since we have more short exposure. And the day trades earlier, we crushed the live day trading room earlier. I wish I caught this huge move down, but again, you can't kiss all the girls. That's what they say. So far for members, Michael, that have signed up already, like yourself, I'm trying to work in a process to grandfather you in to give you free access since you've been supporting me. So yes, in short, yes. But I'm still a fair ways off from that. I'm still trying to work out a couple logistical things. Qs are trying to get a little minor bounce here, ever so slightly. So the 50-day moving average is kind of where we're holding on the Qs at the moment. Glad you like that one, Shamit. I'm not the first person to say that. I've probably heard it somewhere. Definitely heard it in the FinTwit community. But I do like that saying, for sure. Shub saying, wonder how low AMD will go over the next few weeks. Tough decision, right? This technical breakdown in semis is clear. It's a clear as day breakdown. Obviously, AMD's been weak all day today. And potential head and shoulders is triggered on AMD, right? So, you're into some gaps, so there is some support coming up, but not a nice chart. Look at that breakdown on AMD. Head and shoulders, if you calculate the downside of this, yikes. Now, do I think it goes down a straight line? No, I don't. But it's pretty evident that that's a head and shoulders, and there is a potential downside all the way down here to about 117. Now, just because we got a one candle break below doesn't mean you just full port puts or short it. You have to kind of just wait for that secondary confirmation candle, and you are coming up into this gap fill, breakaway gap, where there will be a lot of support in buyers. But I'm bearish on semis. My members know that. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. The more symmetrical a pattern is, the more likely it is to play out. But I've seen a lot of choppy, sloppy patterns, and they don't have to be even. But again, you try to find the most symmetrical ones because they typically work out better, but it does not have to be even. Gap fill at this one. No, gap fills at this. What is it? About 164, 164.30 ish. See this big breakaway gap? That's the gap I'm talking about. Nat Gas trying to make another attempt at getting above 186. Still trying. We're seeing a little signs of accumulation. Let's see if they want to take the Qs back lower again. Sorry, missing a few things here. Nice drop on Americans. Yeah, everything dropped. Everything in the Qs and S&P dropped. When the markets are up 1% and they fall down 1.3, 1.4, everything's down. Broad market sell-off today. Bitcoin's even taking a little bit of a sell-off right now. So Bitcoin's seeing some sellers. A couple other things here. Just reading these questions. Sorry, guys. Wish I would have shorted more. Yeah, we always wish. Again, would have, could have, should have. The best 3 traders in the market. Michael saying just make sure it's level or upslope. Yes, exactly. For Head and Shoulders, it has to be upsloping neckline or a flat neckline. It can't be descending. So ascending or flat. That's a good point, Michael. Thank you. Chris saying today will most likely be a notable reversal of 2024. What is the play for weed on the weed stocks? Give back to substantial gains. Yeah, I know. I'm stuck in some. I still have MSOS call. Honestly, I cut that those 1030 ones from that day trade a while ago, but I'm still riding a $12 call MSOS May 17th. So there's still time on the clock. I still think weed stocks can diverge even if the market's weak. Today's just kind of a one-off event where you had a nasty reversal in the market. So it's hitting pretty much everything. Q is going for new lows. So I think it's in a tough spot for the market because you do have a big reversal here. CGC looking overextended. Yeah, it was overbought heading into it. I mean, MSOS isn't as overbought. When you look at that long, and then it had a bit of a failed breakout. So not a positive sign. I mean, a high volume bearish engulfing daily candle is never a good sign. You can see it failed to break out of this key neckline. So, I mean, we're in a little bit of trouble. We're in a little bit of trouble for marijuana. But again, any sort of market chatter around legalization, we still have the elections coming up. It could signify another pop. You know, these stocks like to move pretty sharply. So, I mean, we'll see. We'll see what happens. There's still a lot of names here extremely oversold into big technical levels. I mean, you know, I still expect a name like Lulu to bounce pretty hard at some point. Obviously, it's going to take a market bounce. I know there's a lot of negative press. It's just been declining ever since that earnings gap down, but you're coming up into some really big long-term support on Lulu. Huge pivot zone here back in October. And then you look at the weekly MA. Look at that weekly 200. So you've held this weekly 200 through some pretty fierce sell-offs, market sell-offs. You know, even your COVID crash here, you saw it hold. So you're coming up into some really big support here on Lulu. I still think that this chart's one that could absolutely bounce pretty hard. Not sure it's reverse day, but SP closing below 20 engulfing its bear. Yeah, you know, I'm going to have lots to discuss. I'm going to be a busy guy tonight, but I'm going to be, the video will be slightly delayed tonight just with how much selling occurred today and what transpired. I have a lot of things to dissect and digest. And then what's crazy is this, you know, I didn't expect the sell-off to happen this week. I actually thought it was going to happen next week because next week shapes up. I mean, the fact that we're closing or potentially closing the week in this negative environment is concerning because I was actually expecting the sell-off to happen next week according to our time models based off of the CPI data next week and PPI data. So of course the markets, you know, are very difficult to predict with complete accuracy, but I mean, it's still a good position to be a little bit net short this market at this point in time. You know, I did do a little bit of buying yesterday in some names, starting to still accumulate some potential longs. There's still a lot of opportunities on the long side in this market. It's just we're clearly going through a bit of a S&P 500 NASDAQ correction. So on that note, thank you all for tuning in. It was a pretty successful trading day for us again. If you're interested in how I'm trading this market moving forward after seeing a harsh down day like this, I mean, when you see a bearish engulfing candle that pretty much engulfs 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, almost 11 days of price action, the market is telling you something. The market is telling you something. So again, thank you all for tuning in. Members, definitely stay tuned. Tonight's daily analysis video will probably be out much later, but I will have it to you so you have it before the market open. You'll be able to isolate some levels down, and we'll just keep plugging along here, chugging along. All right, guys. Well, thank you. That's a wrap. QQQ down 1.5%. Russell down 1, and S&P down 1.22. Look through your charts tonight. The stocks that held up strong are likely going to probably have a pretty fierce bounce when the market does firm up. So look through your charts today. Even regionals did end up turning negative. On that note, I just want to congratulate everyone who took those put plays with us and earlier morning trades because it was pretty successful for us. Take care, everybody. Thanks, Ram. Thanks, Shamit. Thanks, Mike. Thanks, Michael. Thanks, AS. Thanks, Shamit, Paul, everybody else. Chris, take care, and we'll see you a bit later.